This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. Look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess. Rook there for rook e2. And he blunders mate in one. Oh my goodness. I'm awful.
Hello, welcome everybody at FIDE Grand Prix 2022. And today we are joined by international master Anna Rudolf. Hello, Anna, welcome. And tell us how you feel today and if you are ready to see amazing games today.
I'm hoping for amazing games. Hello, everybody. I am here to fill in for Mr. Robert Hess. I don't know if I can bring Robert's insights and his Beth Harmon impression. I was amazed the day we met Hess Harmon. So I don't know if I can bring all that, but I'm going to try to do my best to fill in for Robert for today. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the show.
That's awesome. Let's now very quickly take a look at the format, and then we can go to the recap and the today's matches and talk a little bit about this. So Anna, we have 16 players divided into 4 groups, and only 4 players can get into the next stage. And we do have double round tournament, so they are playing against each other. And what's really important here, we do have a knockout system. So, you know, every point here matters. And the winner will get 13 Grand Prix points. This is the most important here at the Grand Prix, to collect as much points as possible, because later 2 players who got the most of the Grand Prix gonna get into the candidates tournament, which will be in Madrid, June 2022. Tell us a little bit about the prizes, Anna. What prizes do we have here?
There's a lot at stake. I see huge numbers on the screen. Katie, the winner takes home 24,000 euros, and there's 18,000 euros for the runner-up. These are the top 2 finishers. Also, as we highlight here in the top right corner, what matters is the qualification to the candidates. So as much as this prize fund is huge, of course, what the players are here for is to qualify to the last 2 spots for the candidates tournament.
Absolutely. In this tournament, actually, the winner gets the prize, the biggest prize, and also biggest points. And now let's take a look at the round 2 recap. We had such an amazing round yesterday. Hikaru Nakamura played like engine-wise. He had an amazing game, beautiful sacrifice, like he usually does on his streams, you know, check, 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 check. And in the end, he sees the checkmate in 20 moves. That's what he did yesterday. But over the board chess was very impressive. And
exactly.
I'm sure...
I wonder if he sees the arrows on and over the board situation too, just like he does on his streams. But that bishop takes f6 against Yesipenko indeed was extremely, extremely brilliant and efficient, because it won the game. It went into this much better queen endgame that he converted very convincingly, meaning that he's leading Group A. And that gets him closer to a perhaps promised situation where he can give his spot to Ding Liren. I am very impressed that he said on his stream that if he gets the spot for the candidates, he wants to give it to Ding Liren.
Wow, that's so impressive information, and also the idea itself. We're gonna see something very interesting coming up. Esther, also yesterday we had beautiful game played by Dominguez against Shiro. These two put up such a fire on the board that it was too much pieces around, too much sacrifices, and also mating nets. That was really beautiful game, Anna.
Indeed, as you said, fire on the board. When Alexei Shirov plays, that's almost always a guarantee, but it was Dominguez who came out on top and is leading Group D. Let's see if he can keep that first spot in Group D today. It's not easy in any of the groups, but spoiler alert is our last story of the day in terms of the recap from yesterday's games. Neither Keymer nor Bakro have lost a single game so far. They are the lowest rated players in the field, and they are doing a great job holding their opponents or even trying to squeeze an advantage. They did not have any issues in the two previous rounds so far.
Yeah, absolutely. What they have shown so far is an amazing play. So today, this is the round 3, and let's take a look at the groups and the players, how they are doing.
Yes, we have a clear leader in each group, but this is so far only 2 games in. A reminder that Katie already mentioned the format in the group stage is a double round robin, so every player will face the other 3 opponents in their group 2 times overall before the knockout stage. We've got Nakamura, Vachier-Lagrave, Aronian, and Dominguez in the lead so far. I'm really curious in Group A, especially about the Grischuk Nakamura clash today. See how that first spot will go.
Yeah, that's going to be the game that probably we're going to be focused the most. And what's here very important, Anna, none of the players have 0 points after 2 rounds. So this shows to us how close all the matches are.
Yeah, anyone is within chances of qualification so far, as you said. And we shall see how this last round before the double round robin cycle starts, before they start playing against each other again, how it will go for the players today.
Yes, a few minutes before the start of the round, we will take a short break, but before that, I think Anna has something to tell to our viewers.
Oh, absolutely. I'm new here, but I love voting when it comes to winning something. So if you want to win something, please do go to /events. And that's where you can click on the tournament, select a game you want to vote on, and guess the result. The voting ends after the 10th move in every game, so make sure to do it ASAP, as soon as you can, and then on as many games as you want. I will keep an eye on your predictions and see who's doing better. In terms of my predictions, I think, Kate, you were going to put me on the spot and predict who will qualify to the candidates, as if it was easy to predict.
I'm going to do that for sure. I have to use this opportunity. So, Anna, last question to you. Who do you think going to be 2 players that can get candidate seats?
After a very tough consideration in my head, and together with David Hasselhoff that's standing behind me, I'm predicting Levon Aronian and Hikaru Nakamura for the winners of this leg of the Grand Prix. What do you think, Katie? Have you changed your mind since the beginning of the tournament?
We had this fantasy competition. I got my team, I put players in together. But the first day was really rough for my players. Second day was okay, but my hopes goes for Wesley So and Anish Giri.
Oh, you are predicting overall. Sorry, I meant the players in this leg. Overall, I mean, I'm team Anish always. And I want Hikaru to qualify. I have collaborated with Hikaru tons of times, but also ever since he said that he would probably try to give his spot to Dingliren. And I feel bad for Dingliren just as much as Hikaru does, and as many of us do. So I want to see that. I want to see a miracle happen and get Dingliren into the candidates if Hikaru is so kind to offer his spot for him.
We're going to see a lot of actions, but before that, we have to see the round 3 games. We're taking a short break, coming back right before the first moves. We're back at FIDE Grand Prix 2022. Round 3 games gonna start very soon, Anna. Right now, the players are in Berlin, getting at the playing venue, getting ready, and they're gonna have to make a first moves, obviously. What do you think? Which game should we focus today the most?
I think Katie, you already clicked on the game. I was going to suggest this is a big one. Alexander Grischuk against Hikaru Nakamura. Nakamura is leading in Group A. Grischuk has been very experimental so far, I believe, especially his yesterday's game, that perks defense. You don't see the perk very often at this high level. And the time usage, you know, when you only have a few minutes left and there's still loads to make, the time control is 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, but Grischuk somehow has a different idea of how to use that time, but he never gets into trouble even though he goes low on time. Let's see if today's game will be another time pressure situation, and can Hikaru try to play for a win with the black pieces, or will he go solid? What do you think, Katie?
I think Hikaru will take his chance to win this and get advance in the group, and you know, you're gonna see a little bit like how Grischuk gonna spend his time and how he gonna put his pieces on the board and what opening he is going to choose. The funny thing is that if Grischuk downs his time to 1 minute, it's going to be so hilarious to Hikaru Nakamura, I think, because he's one of the best blazing bullet player. And it's going to be, I think, advantage for Hikaru if Grischuk does what he likes to do usually.
Yeah, absolutely. And we also have, obviously, as usual, the info sheets right below our cameras. I like how for Hikaru, we have hashtag not ranked, but hashtag, as you said, bullet and blitz beast, and also 5-time US chess champion. So Hikaru is in a great form from what we have seen so far in his previous games in Berlin. And Alexander Grischuk is still yet to prove that he can fight for the first places. We all know how he's more than capable of doing so. Yeah. He's a 3-time World Blitz champion, so he's not afraid of being in time trouble. But can he do something more impressive than what happened so far, especially when it comes to his yesterday's game, where, if anything, he was in trouble and he possibly could have lost that game?
Yeah, there was a miracle how he managed to save the game. The position actually hearted to us, especially Robert was really very much hearted to see all these pieces on the queen side. Let's talk a little bit about this game. They started with d4, d5, and they play really fast in this game. So after c4 here, Hikaru decided that he wants to take this pawn and complicate the situation here. e3 was met by e6, and bishop captured from f1 to c4. c5 was very quickly played to attack the center, and after castle we have a6, and this is currently the position.
Yes, so it was a Queen's Gambit accepted. The Queen's Gambit has been very popular ever since we met Beth Harmon and Hess Harmon. And now what could happen in this structure, sometimes it goes to a very symmetrical pawn structure with a near endgame situation. Other times it could be isolated pawn if black takes on d4 and white takes back with a pawn on d4. So it still is a very dynamic structure where white is ahead in development. White has already castled, while black still needs to move that f8 bishop and get the king out of the center soon.
Absolutely. Here, white played rook e1, so that's exactly what you were talking about. White is ready here for this trade, and in this case, rook is at the right place on e-file. In any case, if white wants to push d5 and just annoy this king in the center, or in the future, as this rook sometimes goes on the third rank and tries to checkmate the king, it's quite useful move. Do you think here Hikaru will go something like b5 and bishop b7 instead, taking on d4?
I don't think he will take on d4 for what you mentioned, that rook on e1 is very ready for the opening of the e5. But it's also true that if you move your f8 bishop, that's when sometimes white can say, oh, now I'm going to take on c5 because you already moved your bishop. So it is one of those critical moments when you need to make a decision. You need to commit to one plan or the other. And I'm curious if Hikaru expected this variation? Is it still his preparation? Obviously, it's not a new position. This is a very well-known opening line still, but it's also a question of, did you predict it from your opponent that it was going to be on the board? Are you afraid of any of your opponent's preparation? So oftentimes it's not about recalling how does the line go, but just trying to go meta in the mind games and see if you are stepping into your opponent's preparation.
Yeah, that's right. Here, rook e1 after rook e1, here Hikaru takes his time to figure out what's his next plan. Usually we have seen here moves like queen e2, and this rook goes on d file. Also feels really nice to be on the d file. I think queen e2 is mostly played here. Another move is to play a4 and just tap b5, come in here to annoy this bishop, and then to continue your playing queen into rook d1. But this is something new that I have not seen. But probably after rook e1, black gonna his plan, gonna push the pawn on b5 and develop the bishop on the light square, and then bishop on the dark squares, and castle really soon, because white might start to push the pawns in the center.
Very true, very true. And as you already highlighted, this is not the main variation, the rook e1 move, but still is very much in line with what white plays for in this structure. So the thinking time for Hikaru, which could mean for us that we switch to another game. There's 8 games on the way in round 3 of the Grand Prix.
Absolutely. The next game, which we can choose, you can choose, Anna. We can just pick one.
Oh, let's go through the group leaders then first, because in every group we have one leader.
All right, so that we can take next. Aronian, Keymer, very interesting matchup here. Okay,
so that's the group leader and one of the most experienced players in the field against the youngest player, the youngest participant, Vincent Keymer from Germany.
Yeah. What do you think? How does this feel when you're at home and you play such a big tournament at your home with so many spectators and with so many supporters? Do you think it has a kind of pressure on Keymer, or it's a bit? It's more than support?
I think it can go either way. I think it also has been similar for Magnus whenever he plays in Norway, that he's the local star and the world champion. But whether it's pressure or it hypes you up, I think depends a lot on the person, on how you deal with it, and sometimes also the start of the event. Because if you start well, you win a game or two, you feel confident in general, everything is great. But if the tournament starts not so well, then the weight of everything is larger, and also the pressure will be larger.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. Here we have the Kurgan defense, and white wins move like h3. Usually this is the move that we don't play. We like to develop the pieces and castle really soon, but if white goes with knight f3 and develops this knight, this allows black to come bishop on g4 to pin the knight, and then to continue the development, and black has nothing to worry in this structure. So for this reason here, white very often goes with h3 just to stop bishop coming here, and also f5 square is controlled by the bishop, so that makes black to choose either e6 to keep this bishop here on c8, which we are not fond of that bishop, or to find some other way to develop it. So let's see how black continued here. Knight c6, knight f3, and knight b4. Black is going after the bishop. So here we have this position.
It's interesting that white in this variation allows the capture of the bishop, but it's again about the c8 bishop, the main idea of this setup. So white is all right and willing to allow the trade of the black knight for the bishop on d3, but still meaning that now the white queen is taking over the control of the f5 square, so you're still restricting the development of the c8 bishop, trying to force that e6 pawn push and make sure that this Karakan bishop will turn into a French defense bishop. And I have extensive experience in how bad that bishop can be. I still love the French defense though.
Okay.
What do you think, Kitty, of this kind of structure? And is there any future elsewhere for the c8 bishop?
Yeah, I don't like this bishop too in many positions, and it's so painful to play with that bishop. Here, what I have seen is that, for instance, capturing here and then going g6, just supporting f5 square for the bishop to get in. But then additionally, this might cause some checks because now queen is ready to jump on b5 with check, and those pawns might be under attack. So here black is taking his time to capture this bishop or play something else. Maybe he can figure it out. Some better idea can be also g6, and black in very often it's in these positions are not afraid to even double the pawns on a file, because then e6 comes, and here we might see some crazy lines with rook g8 and attacking this pawn and the king, and in some lines black even long castles here. So I don't know, we might see long castle here with for black.
I would love to see a dynamic position, starting out from something very solid. Usually the exchange variation is not the sharpest, but as you said, if it comes to opposite side castling with an open g5, who knows what's going to happen in this game? Fireworks, potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to the next game and check out, for instance, how Wojtaszek and Fedoseev are doing. They both won the first round. And now they're facing each other, and what a crazy game. Like, that's usually king is on the side on g8, but no, rook came on f8 just like that, and this is so interesting.
It almost feels like you accidentally moved your rook when you wanted to castle, because castling is a king move. If you're playing over the board chess, you need to touch your king first. If you touch your rook first, your opponent can oblige you to move the rook instead of letting you castle. So it almost feels like that, but I think Wojtaszek, since he's leading Group B, and he almost won yesterday his second game too, he could have been the only one with 2 out of 2. I think maybe he wants to castle queenside or not castle at all. This is a very strange situation for the kings for sure.
Yeah, let's take a look at this game from the very beginning. So here we have a Sicilian. We have seen this queen d4 coming earlier. This Shirov played yesterday against Dominguez, and then he went queen d2 exactly like that. And after g6, we had b3, bishop h6, and after f4 in the game, black Dominguez just developed his knight, and then later he pushed e5 pawn and tried to pin this one. But in this game, Wojtaszek went for f5, and then we do have knight f6 and long castle. Rook f8 was just played right now. Do you think his idea is to open up the file and then target this pawn?
It certainly feels like that. That would be a very strong attack, especially with the queen and the king of white being on the same diagonal. That would be a way to win the queen in a few moves. But I guess Fedoseev suspects that that's the plan, and he'll do something about it. I was curious how often this position has been played before. So I took a look at the database, and we are in a completely new territory. No games at all. The last moment where there was still at least one game in the database, I believe, was after move 10 g3. That there was still one game, and black played queen a5 there instead of f takes e4. So f takes e4 and bishop g2. This is a completely new territory from what I see.
Yeah, and we do have here 2 times in a row, 2 rounds in a row that white decides to play. Such a suspicious setup, right? To put first queen on d2. We were talking about this yesterday, just to put this queen over here, and then to try to fianchetto the bishop here and long castle. And yeah, just to have this kind of position. I kind of have a feeling that I like here black's position more. What do you think?
I like it too when there's extra material. So free stuff that pawn needs to still be taken on e4 at the moment. Black is ahead, but white is ahead in development. White has already castled, and black will still need to develop the large square bishop, move the queen away, and try to castle queenside, because castling kingside was not what Wojciech wanted to go for.
Yeah, absolutely. And this might be the next move, bishop g4, as this bishop attacks the rook, and white has to play rook on e1. And you see all the bar went all the way down, says -1, and a little bit more for black. So this might be a cause of the extra pawn in the center.
Yeah, I'm guessing here that our engine for the evaluation bar is just as superficial as my understanding of extra pawn. It is one soldier more. It's not a very substantial advantage. White can take back on e4 next move or at any point in the near future, or the three pieces are attacking that pawn. And I don't think that you can get away with pushing d5. At least it looks suspicious if you're pushing those central pawns. Or can you actually? Wait, maybe?
Yeah, you can.
If for now it holds, then you might want to do that, because then you are making white's life a lot more difficult by not allowing to win the pawn back immediately. It does mean, of course, that now the d5 pawn 2 could become a target, but since the bishop has just chased away the rook from d1, how do you put pressure on d5? Maybe this is done more than fine. Is this what happened in the game in the end of the bishop g2?
Bishop g2 has been played, and here Wojciech went for the queen a5, and we have in the game 94. So we have this situation, but bishop g4 looked so tempting.
Yeah, I'm guessing that our evaluation bar was really liking it for the fact that you can actually, after chasing away the rook, can push d5. So that was the whole point. I was suspicious about it for the first look, but if we take a second look and analyze that this d5 pawn actually is holding its ground for quite a while, then who is going to stop those central pawns? Yeah, extra pawn, central pawns. You just need a move or two to finish development, and then black is going to be playing for a win. Wow, this seems like a missed chance if bishop g4, d5 was this strong.
Yeah, so here we have queen a5 and knight a4. So now, is a2 pawn hanging? Can white do such a black do such a thing?
It looks like Fedoseev is giving up that pawn on purpose, but we still need to see what's the refutation. It looks scary because the black queen is very close to the white king, but the b2 bishop is doing an amazing job guarding every important square. a1 and a3, there's nothing going on the queen side, while the black king is still in the middle of the board, so there's gotta be something. Is there a sacrifice? Or just knight f6. I wanted to take on d6, but this is easier. You get the queen on d6 without a sacrifice.
Yeah, and next you can just take here or give a check on the open file. So this is a poison pawn. This pawn should not be taken on a2. And also on the other hand, it doesn't even threaten any check. So this is not a move that black is considering right now. Instead, black can take the queen or black can take the knight. Those both are possible moves.
And it seems that we are heading towards an endgame, because in both lines, the queen exchange is more than likely. Black doesn't have the luxury of moving the queen away to step out of the trade.
Yeah, for the same reason, right? Because knight f6 now is a threat. Yeah.
And now white wants the queen trade even more with that pawn being captured.
Yeah. All right, this gets really interesting as well. If the time is right, it says that Wojciech spent more, about 10 minutes, and we have 10 minutes difference on the clock. That's very interesting. We can go ahead and check out another game. How about to check?
We could also check the remaining tournament leader in Group D. It's Dominguez, who is on 1.5 points and has the white pieces against Pentala Harikrishna.
Yes, we do have another Caro-Kann here, and we have a classical setup. Knight went d2 and b3. This looks so strange, right? Knight d2 first, knight b3 next. We usually try to develop the king side pieces first, but this is all these moves are about to avoid c5. Or in some lines, even if you push c5, then bishop comes on b5 after trading the knights with a check. So this is quite unpleasant for black. And that's the main reason why white played this knight b3. So here we have trade, bishop take, knight takes, and knight takes. And it's white to move here.
I'm taking a quick look at the database, and I found it funny that again, it's almost new territory. There's only one game in the database, and that was played by another participant of the Grand Prix. Vincent Keymer with the black pieces had this exact same position a year ago. And he won with the black pieces, so maybe for Harikrishna it's good news. But also, I guess it depends on who is your opponent and how accurately they play in the middle game and end game. So far, it's just a very balanced position in the Caro-Kann, where white is still slightly better. Usually that evaluation is highly due to the more space that white has in the center. Both players still need to castle. For white, it's very obviously the king side, and black also tries to go for the king side unless you want to be adventurous and launch those pawns on the agent g5 against the white king.
Yeah, that looks also very tempting. Here a move like knight d4 is not working, as simple as this pawn e5 is hanging. Otherwise, it also looks quite tempting. The bishop is under attack, and then knight b5, knight d6 comes in one move, but queen e5, I think, solves all the black's problem here, and knight d4 just loses the sense after that.
Yeah, usually it would be great to have that knight on d4, but white is one move short to get the pawn to f4, as you said, the hanging pawn. So I'm guessing it would be more likely that white, for instance, castles or goes for the development of the c1 bishop.
Yeah, bishop can go on e3, bishop can go also on g5. There are plenty of ideas here for white. Also, white can push the central pawn c4 or try to start the attack on the king side with f pawn. But how do you feel about this pair of bishop? Do you think it's a little bit pleasant for white to play this with pair of bishop?
I usually am a huge fan of the pair of bishops, but I also would love to see the knight on d4, and we can't get everything. As you said, the pawn on e5 will be hanging the moment you move the knight. So it is a pretty setup, but the e5 pawn doesn't have that much stability as it would normally have with a pawn on d4 or f4 supporting it. So it's pros and cons, and black's knights are strong as well. That e7 knight could hop onto c6 to put more pressure on the e5 pawn. The c5 knight 2 is heading toward the center, knight e4, for instance, in the future, or knight a4 if you want to be attacking the queen side pawns.
Yeah.
Not now, of course, with the bishop giving a check on b5, just saying in general. Don't step
After
into it. Yes, don't leave the king in the middle of the board and start hopping for pawns.
Yes. If white starts here to play bishop f4 with idea to get this knight really quickly on d6 square, this gonna run into knight g6, and the bishop and the pawn will be under attack at the same time. If you bring bishop on g3, look at this bishop being so passive, and just look into e5 pawn. It's gonna be under knight e4. So also white has pair of bishop, but as you mentioned, black has really beautiful knights that can move around and make some problems for white.
Exactly, and even though black only has the light square bishop left in the Caro-Kann, it's a lot happier of a bishop. It's not inside the pawn chain on c8, but it's on f5, where it's a very active bishop, putting pressure on the c2 pawn.
Yeah, absolutely. We can take a look at the remaining games. Here we have Vidit against Dubov. They have made 13 moves, so we can very quickly start from the beginning. We had knight moves, and then they played very, very alike, very symmetrical. All right, it was broken by Dubov, and here we have a4 moving forward, pushing the queen backwards and having this position.
This last move of Vidit, b3, I believe has not been played before. Until then, until queen a6, there were still 2 games in the database, and both games feature Peter Swidler, either with the white or the black pieces. It was Nakamura Swidler from last year and Swidler Dingley Rand from 2020. This very same position with queen a6, but b3 seems to be new.
All right. Do you think he wants to open up a little bit queenside and activate the rook on a file, like for instance?
Absolutely, that's got to be the idea, so that you activate this rook without even having to move it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this should be okay for white. Like knight can also jump, another knight can get on e file. So after b3, a takes b3 seems not to be the move that should be played. On the other hand,
Katie,
a4.
sorry to interrupt you, but I'm just seeing that they actually played it. Dubov took on b3, but we didn't chose queen takes b3. So our prediction with the opening of the a file is not correct. He wants the b file. He wants to put pressure on the d5 pawn as well as on the b7 pawn.
Yeah. And you know, this queen b3, like saying now, it comes with a threat as well. Knight d5 is a threat. You can simply take this pawn.
Yeah, it's very, suddenly it's very concrete, and the development of the c8 bishop is still a big question now that the pawn on d5 is hanging. E6 would be a way to guard the pawn on d5, but again, it has the downside that your bishop will be very passive inside the pawn chain. And if you were to try to move the bishop to e6, that's not an ideal square. It would guard the pawn, but it's not an ideal square. And later the b7 pawn can be targeted too, with the rook coming to b1.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Can maybe a black consider after queen b3 something like rook d8? To keep
it's possibly a lot more flexible. Yeah, to try to still develop the bishop to f5 or g4 and then push the pawn to e6 if needed. I like it for Vidit. It feels like there is some pressure thanks to this queen on b3. So this b3 push and queen takes b3 seems very interesting.
Yeah. Oh, how about knight a5 now? Like just attack the queen and get the knight on c4.
I like your idea, since it chases the queen away from this ideal spot on b3, and the knight is heading towards c4. Yeah, this could be definitely one of the main moves Dubov is considering here.
Yeah. So this is the position currently, and black is thinking here. The time is more or less similar for both of them. And do you think Dubov will make a move now, or we can move to the other game just to take a look at the openings in all the games?
I think we can take a very quick look at the other games too before we go on our break, and then we will have all the games covered. 8 games going on in this very moment, as usual, in the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin, and we have Yesipenko versus back row in this one. Whoa! Look at that pawn structure. Very typical of the French defense, and that light square bishop for black is inside the pawn chain, but black is trying to attack on the queen side, push the A and B pawns, open up the queen side. White is going for the opposite, attack against the king on g8.
Yeah, I like this position. It seems that both players are ready to attack the opposite castled kings. Anna, can you tell us what's the idea of rook coming on the 3rd rank?
Oh, I love that rook lift. It's great for the attack. So white is trying to go for this very aggressive kingside attack, but it's also used for rook in the defense if you ever need more pieces to help your king out on the queen side. So it's a multi-purpose move that rook can often go to g3, but still keep an eye on the entire 3rd rank while attacking the back king.
Yeah, nice idea, nice idea. Instead of pushing here g4, here Yesipenko also thought of the opponent's ideas, that maybe the opponent will push the pawns on the queen side, so he brings the rook on the 3rd rank to guard the possible weaknesses that white might have here.
There's still, I believe, 4 games where this 4 or 5. I see now 5 games in the database where this position happened, and one of them was played by another participant of the Grand Prix, Lenier Dominguez, the leader of Group D. It's great to see the cross mix match and who had this in their repertoire. Of course, it happens that many of these super grandmasters would be playing similar variations, but at some point there always is a deviation. So even though we are on move 14 and this is still in the books, one of the players will make a new move eventually. That's how it goes.
Yeah. And then before we go to our first break, what do you think, how many draws and how many decisive games we're going to have today?
I'm going to predict 5 draws and 3 decisive results. Solid.
Oh.
What do you think?
Just like first 2 days, right? Yeah. Yesterday, I told myself, Katie, there will never be 4 decisive games, so stop saying that. So I agree with you. It's going to be 3 decisive games and 5 draws.
What do you guys think? Let us know in the chat while we go for a short break, and then we'll be back with the exciting round 3 that hopefully will give us more than 3 decisive games, right? We want to see more. We want to see more fight. We'll be right back.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
The Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship is a brand new world-class online rapid event series for the top 100 players, the top 10 women, as well as the top 10 junior players in the world. Watch as the very best compete for the share of $20,000 each week, culminating with a $150,000 prize finals in late August. It all gets starting on I cannot even read out the date. Saturday, February the 12th. I'm so bad with numbers, Kitty. At 9 a.m. Pacific. That will be the first weekend of many for the Rapid Chess Championship. You will not want to miss this world-class online event starting on February the 12th.
I can add, Anna, that they're going to be everybody's favorite commentators doing the commentary of that show. So this is a show that you guys don't want to miss. And
we're
back.
That you will be there, Kitty. You said that everyone's favorite commentators will be there.
No, but we're gonna figure it out all together. Anna, thank you so much for that. I'm getting blushed, but we have to come back at the Grand Prix. This is round 3. The games have been just started. 30 minutes from the start of the round, and you know, this 30 minutes, half an hour and the 1 hour is so important because one side can get an advantage and keep this advantage whole game. So what do you think to keep the eye on this game that we had before? This is Esipenko and Etienne Bacrot. Etienne Bacrot just played Queen C7, and it is white to move. Can white also start to push the pawns here, or that was not the idea of rook coming on the 3rd rank and he wants to play rook g3 instead?
Usually white could start with pushing the h-pawn, so it's flexible. If you push h5, you still keep open the option of bringing the rook to g3, or if you need more pawns to launch, you can still push g4, g5 as well. But h5 would be a very normal continuation here for white. I think white is very comfortable here. The time situation is very balanced, but in terms of the position, white's attack looks more scary for sure.
Yeah. Here, the h6 might come the next, and if black plays h6 to stop, then g4, g5 comes with all the, pleasant here, because this pawn on h6 will be a target. So do you think black might stop here, pushing the pawn on the king side and wait white to make some changes here after h5 and try to, for instance, play b4?
b4 is certainly one of the options. If black could push a5, b4, that would be another way of opening up the queen side. But in case of a5, this b5 pawn is hanging, so there isn't enough time for black to prepare that push with another pawn. Yeah. So b4 certainly is one of the options. And also just try to see if you can untangle your pieces, because that c8 bishop is cutting the 2 rooks from each other, but you don't really have a good square to place it to. The d7 knight is in the way. Sometimes you would go for knight maneuvers like knight to b6, knight to c4, but the question is, do you have the time to do this when white is already launching that attack against you?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good question to ask. Also, at some points, this bishop can get on d6 square. I would be personally so afraid of this bishop.
It would be material right now. The knight moves away. You're very right about bishop c5, bishop d6.
Yeah, so after h5, which we made, engine started to like white's move here. Let me check if Esipenko has made. No, he's still thinking and considering all the lines. And one last thing that we can add here, Anna, like after h5 and b4, white can also move the knight away. I don't know, it can be knight a4 or knight can come on e2. And the whole point here is that white might not be afraid because the rook is here, and that's why Esipenko brought this rook on the 3rd rank. And so far, there's not any danger for white here.
That is a great point, Kitty, that this rook on the 3rd rank, as we mentioned, could also take part of the defense if needed and just swing over to the queen side instead of allowing black to destroy or damage partially the white pawn structure. Very good point.
Yeah. And very last game we haven't seen so far is Wesley So and Alexei Shirov. Alexei Shirov had such a painful loss in the day yesterday, but he's such an experienced player, and I'm sure he's able to recover from that lose. And Wesley So is one of my my fantasy player. I really support him because I put him all the way to the also top 2 which will get the candidate seat. So do you think, Anna, he has a chance in this position to fight for an advantage?
I think against Alexei Shirov, whether you have the white or black pieces, what's always guaranteed that it's going to be a really exciting game. And Shirov never is afraid of entering a very complex, messy, chaotic situation, which is already on the board. There's a knight on h4. The bishop has just taken on c4. Black is pushing b5 to chase that bishop away. But the development of the black pieces is still pending. There's a lot of pieces on the back rank. The king is in the middle of the board. We shall see if anyone will castle anytime soon, or what's going to happen now that the bishop will drop back, most likely to b3.
Yeah, we can take a look at this game from the beginning here. Wesley So started with c4 English opening, which transposed later in Slav defense when black puts this pawns in the center in this way, and we had e3, bishop f5, and knight h4. Knight starts to chase the light square bishop. Bishop goes backwards. Oh no, first front, f3, and then goes back on g6. And after bishop d2, black decided to capture the pawn on c4. I have seen here the theory line goes with queen b6, queen b3, and here very often queen goes back on c7. And this maneuver with the queen sometimes are so hard to understand, like why not right away queen c7, and you need some time to understand, right? Why first queen b6 and then go backwards. But then, as I understood, this queen on b3 is not really well placed, and that's actually what black wanted to have this queen over here on b3. And so, yeah, this is one of the main lines here. And instead here, Shirov goes like, okay, I don't want to go the main line. I'm going to take this pawn, which is also quite unnatural, right? First, we're waiting the bishop to be developed, and then we take these pawns, right, Anna?
Yeah, I'm taking a quick look at the database, and as natural as that move is, it only happened once. And that must be the reason for what we were explaining about these captures and the bishop development in other lines too, that if you have this capture d takes c4 or d takes c5, usually you try to wait until your opponent develops the bishop. And if you want to take, then you take, so that white has to move the bishop twice to get to c4. So it feels like d takes c4 is not popular because it allows white to develop the bishop immediately with the capture. So this position after b5, I think, is already completely new.
Yeah, it's completely new, but Shirov seems to have a plan because he goes very active b5, and if you don't have a plan and you go b5 here and then take c4, give a tempo to white, oh, that can end not so good for black, right? Unless you have a plan.
Yeah, and here Wesley is thinking, because he does have a big question to answer, whether to drop the bishop back to the natural b3 square or include first the trade on g6, and then you also have the other diagonal to go to d3.
Yeah, that's right. We might have these two moves here, one of those two moves happening after b5, and Wesley's taken quite a lot of time. Yeah, it's down to 1 hour and 9 minutes for now, if this times are accurate. What would be the most natural continuation? Would you, like with white, would you like to open up the H file here?
It's a commitment when you take and open up the H file. At the same time, you do get the pair of bishops. So pros and cons for the capture. I believe once the knight is on H4, you do want to take on G6. You're just trying to wait for the right moment to do so.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna see very soon the move coming here. And now we can take a second look at any of the game which we have started earlier, and that one can be Wojtaszek and Fedoseev, because as we see, queens are off the board. So at this point, knight e4, queen takes d2, knight takes d2, and knight g4. Look at this, knight f2 is coming, or knight e3 is coming. So white has to find.
Not bad. Trapping the rook or fork on f2 or e3. So the response of Fedoseev was knight to e4, guarding the f2 square, and also making sure that after knight e3, he has the d2 square available for the rook to guard the bishop on g2.
Yeah, so I'm quite surprised that knight e3 was not played, but instead black went here, bishop f5, and now we have, okay, bishop f5 with either to play knight e3 and then take this bishop and take the knight. So white cannot simply develop the pieces now because those are pieces are hanging. So rook d2 was played here.
Yes, this bishop f5 seemed very strong for renewing the threat of the forks, both on e3 and on f2 after the trade. So rook d2 steps out of the forks and guards the f2 square, but it feels like black is more than fine here. If anything, I would want to play this position from the black side, because you've got the initiative. It's not just that you already have equalized as black, but it feels like Wojtaszek has taken over. There might not be anything concrete at the moment, but it's a very strange setup that white had to go for to step out of the forks. And it also means that the development is not going to be easy, because where do you place this g1 knight? It cannot go to the natural square f3, because then the e4 knight is in the air. But also if you go to e2, it will be cutting the rook on the second, and the f2 square again will be available for tactical patterns. So it's suddenly getting somewhat unpleasant for white, for Fedoseev.
Yeah, but look at the time. He still has the starting time, 1 hour and 30 minutes. Do you think this is his home preparation and he knows that that's okay because I have this one only moves here and I remember them?
I think he's very good at bluffing. If he's got this time on the clock and the position is suspicious, I am not buying that this is his preparation. He either has a super alpha zero at home and our computers and our brains don't understand the depth of this position, or he's just bluffing. I think it's a bluff. What do you think, Katie?
I thought it was a home preparation and he knew what he was doing, but now I might also consider that that's some sort of bluff.
Yeah,
because it seems not so good for white, this position.
Yeah, sometimes it's just that maybe he confused the order or the exact move in his preparation. So it also could have been the case that he had something prepared. He might have mixed it up. And now he's just going with the flow because he already has to play these forcing moves to get out of the fork. So it also could be just acknowledging that something has gone slightly wrong. It's not that he's in a lost position, but he's certainly not in a better situation, and he's not the one with the initiative here.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna get back into this game. If this is so soon, we're gonna see here. One side have a little bit of edge. Can we go back to the game of Nakamura and Grischuk and check out what's going on here?
Absolutely. I'm just going to spam some blankies in the chat because I feel the need every hour to spam blankies. Thank you everyone for joining in and spamming those lovely emotes. This is where we left Hikaru's game earlier when we were visiting the opening stage, what's happening. And as you pointed out, Katy, the rook on e1 was ready for this capture on d4 for the opening of the e5. So of course, Hikaru doesn't want to take and help out white's pieces. Knight c6 was played instead. And then a couple of other moves happened. By the way, I was looking at the database when you mentioned that rook e1 is not that common. It is the 10th possible move on the list. So there's another 9 moves instead of rook e1 that are more popular. That's how much of a sideline we are in.
Yeah, that's so impressive. Thank you so much, Anna, bringing that information and statistics. Because that means that Grischuk has prepared something, right?
Yeah,
because he
and
played
that's
so
why Hikaru
fast
was
rookie one.
thinking. Exactly, and that's why Hikaru was thinking. We were saying that even if you know the continuation, because it's not like it refutes the line, it's not like it's a completely different position, but you still are trying to also think, okay, so what is my opponent's preparation, in which direction he's trying to drive the game. It's a lot of mind games. It's not just about recalling what you have analyzed in other games that you have seen. So knight c6, very natural, but Hikaru spent quite a few minutes on that natural developing move for the fact that he was also thinking about the rest of the what's going on Grischuk's side and what's the preparation. Yeah,
absolutely. But Grishuk's clock is going down as we expected and predicted this before the start of this round. So we have queens of the board, and now Black decided to take the pawn back with the bishop, and after bishop d2 we have bishop d7, and yeah, that's currently the position. So do you think one side might have a pleasant position, or it looks equal to you, Anna?
Seems balanced. White is still ahead in development slightly because White has already castled and there's a rook on d1. So certainly, if anyone has advantage, it is White for being ahead in terms of activating his pieces. The question is, how much of an advantage is it? Because Hikaru still needs to either castle or sometimes you place the king on e7 and say, this is an end game. I no longer need to castle. Plus, it's a delayed bone cloud, and we are on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. By the way, let us know where you're watching. I mean, I guess I'll take a look in the chat. Who's winning? Which platform is winning? But delayed bone cloud on any platform would be, I think, a great idea.
Yeah, I agree with that. King e7 suits all the criteria here to be played. So I think that's going to be our next move to see. Unless something is hanging here for Black and he will delay, for instance, after rook c1. Maybe he first considers to get this bishop back, not to have any tactical motives, and then to play king e7. But why not to bring this king in the center and rather to castle and go with this king in the edge of the board. All right, looks like Black has this bishop here stuck in the pawns, and White also has the same bishop here, right, on d2. So it's not like bishop is out on g5, and in that case, if just imagine the bishop is on g5, this could be a really good position for White. But White also has this bishop over here. In some lines, we might see bishop coming on e1, so just to allow the rook to have some nice game. But this doesn't really look that it's going to be a problem for any of the sides here.
Yeah, I think Hikaru is fine here, even though White has a slight advantage. It doesn't seem to be that critical. The pawn structure is very symmetrical in terms of 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2, same pieces, same amount and same quality of pieces, no pair of bishops, no pair of knights. It's everything the same, except for the fact that Hikaru is a bit behind in development. So if Grischuk cannot grab the initiative now and go for something concrete that would give him a somewhat more substantial advantage, a concrete line that could give him at least the pair of bishops or suddenly more space. If he doesn't find anything in this position, because there might not be, Hikaru will just finish development and it will be an equal, fully equal position soon.
Yeah. And I don't know how this happened to me, but I never brought this game here, and look at this pawn here. That's the game that I had to brought earlier.
We may have forgotten that we still had one more pending game to check, but we were keeping the best for last, because look at that pawn on g4. Katie, what's happening?
That's so nice to see g4. I think this is a Sicilian line. Let's get from the first move and see how we get in there and White to play g4 in this position. So we have here the Sicilian defense, bishop g5. Black goes with queen b6 here. You know, there are like plenty of ideas how to continue this line, because bishop g5 and queen d2 then to a long castle is very sharp, and Black has to be really precise here. So here we have these lines, And we have g4. White is not even going to castle yet. And he goes right away g4. That's impressive.
In this position, instead of g4, there have been many other alternatives, somewhat more popular than g4, including the castling on either side. So castle king side is fine here, castle queen side is fine here, depending on your personal style, the dynamics you want to go for. Castle king side is more solid, castle queen side is more out there. I'm gonna attack you ASAP, and I don't mind that you're gonna be attacking me on the queen side. So g4 certainly is on the castle queen side camp of this position, because if you push d4, you no longer want to castle king side, but you are ready to place your king on the queen side in any moment when you feel like your king needs the safety of the pawns on the queen side, and you are ready to launch the king side pawns against black's position. Makes perfect sense for the king side attack to push g4. So he changes the move order, but it doesn't change the plan. It's castle queen side, get the bishop out of the way with bishop e3 and push g5.
Yeah, I love that. I don't know, there is a question which comes to my mind, like if white goes here, very natural move, long castle, is this pawn hanging on f2?
That's a great question. It feels like black could get away with capturing it because there's no check the bishop from e2 could give to win the queen. So this is not the bonus gambit. But it also means that black is spending an extra tempo, a move, precious time he would normally spend on development. He spends it on grabbing a pawn. Now, I'm a pawn grabber and I like free stuff, but the blacking is still in the middle of the board and you still haven't developed your c8 bishop nor the rook. So it feels like you are giving away time that here would be very crucial. I think white would have been okay giving up that pawn. And there were actually quite a few games for castle queen side, I believe. I'm curious how many, oh no, sorry, only 2 games. But in neither of those 2 games, black was brave enough to capture the pawn. Maybe we should have a thematic tournament for this position, Katie, and see,
it.
Can you get away with it, or is it a poison pawn?
Yeah, this looks like in the future white will have open F files, so that might be a cause of some sort of sacrifices on F6 if black castles on the short side. So also the engine didn't really go crazy for any of sides, so it's not a blunder, it's possibility. But even though that white has no pawn here, it gives slightly very small advantage for white. So this can be captured, but very dangerous. So that's. I think that was also a reason why white went here g4. He was waiting here. Black went queen c7, and now this pawn no longer hanging, and now he went long castle. So Grigory Oporin, he also don't want to maybe give up the pawn just like that.
Yeah, it could be also the reason. And in either case, it will be a similar situation when it comes to what we normally see in opposite side castling. If black were to castle king side, you will see white launching the pawns against the black king on the king side, and black using the semi-open c file and the a and b pawns to try to get to the white king. Very dynamic position. This will certainly be a game to come back to. So we definitely saved one of the most exciting positions for last.
Yeah, that was saved for the best. It was absolutely saved for the best. I know there are some lines like, for instance, after let's say castle here, no, castle is the move that might be okay. There's castle okay move, but there's also b5, like just to wait a little bit, and you also want to, attack the king side. So b5 move, and in these cases, if bishop goes on f4 to target d6 pawn, this is usually not so big deal, because very often we have e5 and this pawn might be hanging with a knight and the bishop, or knight can also come here on e5 and block this diagonal, and knight here is just a perfect piece. Another knight can go on d7 and get on c5. There's also some ideas of b4, so white has to be also very much careful with the moves, because you cannot simply make move like natural move like bishop f4 here. This is good looking move hitting d6 pawn, but it's not working. So what I mean here in this position in Sicily, where the kings are going to castle on the different sides, it's very sharp and very dynamic.
Exactly. And sometimes you, as you showed already with bishop f4, those natural looking moves are too slow for how dynamic the position is. You might have to go after b5, even for lines like bishop takes f6, and see is it forcing black to take back with a pawn, or can black take back with a bishop and sacrifice the d6 pawn? It often depends on the rest of the development of the pieces, those kind of trades.
Yeah, Rapport here just made a b5 move, so it's quite annoying for white that black is not going castling, right? Because he's ready to attack. He already pushed the pawn on g4, but black is not going to castle on the short side.
Yeah, it's very smart to hold back, because he still may want to, but he's just holding it as I may or may not castle. And I think this is what everyone can learn from these type of positions. The move order matters so much. The plan is almost the same, but by swapping the move order, you're not making it that clear cut for your opponent that it makes sense to go h4, h5, because the king is still on e8. And maybe soon we'll enter an endgame if there's a trade on f6, and then a queen trade could happen on d6 if black is ready to sacrifice a pawn for the pair of bishops. There's a lot of ifs in this position, while if you castle kingside, you commit to the kingside already.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of if, as you said, and as we already covered all the games, now for real, we covered all the games. We can take our second break and come back with a lot of updates in many games. Welcome back at FIDE Grand Prix 2022. I'm Katie, this is Anna, and we're having round 3 and very interesting games happening right now, Anna, right? We have Aronian and Rupert, the game that's gonna be a lot of fire on the board.
I'm really excited about all the opposite side castling and any other dynamic imbalances that we have seen from the openings of today. So this is certainly one of the most promising positions when it comes to how chaotic it will potentially turn out to be. Of course, there can be solid lines as well, but I don't think that these two players, neither Aronian nor Rupert, are known for very solid and 120 move endgame chess. They're mainly known for this type of, I believe, very dynamic and attacking, aggressive chess. I think we love to see. We all love to see it.
Absolutely. There was a beautiful game played by Rupert yesterday when he simply sacrificed a piece, and then he started to play king all the way on h4 and just like this, having normal position without a piece. And then in the end, he started to create so many mating nets that he got a full point out of those actions. So this opening actually gives us that direction to here we might consider, Anna, with white to capture this knight. As you mentioned earlier, black has 2 options to take with the bishop or with the pawn, and I would take here with the pawn. If I were black, I would not give up the d6 pawn. And do you think white can here still play, for instance, something like queen h6, queen g7 ideas, and that's okay?
That's certainly a possible direction to go after g takes f6. G takes f6 would be a very typical pawn structure in the Richter-Rauser variation of the Sicilian. If you guys are playing the Sicilian lines, I'm sure you know what I mean. Oftentimes in those lines, black either has the king in the middle or even castles queen side, but certainly not castle king side. You don't place the king on the king side once the g7 pawn is away from the natural square. I like that with queen h6, you are immediately asking a question to black. What's going on if I start attacking you with queen g7? Rook is hanging, pawn on h7 will be hanging, and black is still yet to finish development and move the c8 bishop away to be able to castle queen side.
Yeah, so we might have bishop f6 here coming in this position, but no, instead he goes with a3, and he seems that he's okay to play with the pawn on the side where black is actually going to push, and his idea is to stop b4 coming forward, and he says, like, if you want to push the b4 pawn, you have to push first a5 pawn, but in that case b5 will be hanging, and I'm not afraid if you push b4 because I played a3 now, and I'll take this pawn with my pawn. So Anna, do you think this is a good trade here for black, or black should figure it out something else instead of pushing b4 here?
I think b4 I would like in the future, but since black is still behind in development, is it time to castle? And in case of bishop takes f6, maybe even allow the capture of the d6 pawn, because sometimes it would happen in the Sicilian that in the Neidorf variations too, to give up the d6 pawn, but you do get the pair of bishops and this very strong dark square bishop on f6. So this, I don't know if it's correct here, but it is a theme that sometimes you can allow the loss of that pawn for activity and the pair of bishops. Because if you do castle kingside, then after bishop takes f6, you don't want to take back with a pawn on f6. So if you commit to castle kingside, you are ready to sacrifice a pawn.
Yeah, it looks like okay. Also for the engine, it really didn't go all the way up for white. Here black can play bishop d7 to bring this bishop on this diagonal, or just play the knight on e5 and then on c4. So this is, as you mentioned, the typical sacrifice here in Sicilian defense. But the difference is that if you capture with the bishop or with the pawn, if you capture with the bishop, you get into the end game, where it's very likely going to happen maybe drawish positions. And when you capture with the pawn, you're saying, I'm in the game, I'm in the fight, I want to win this game.
Yeah, it's simply whether Rapport can keep the pressure and go for something other than castle kingside. So if he can find another useful move, for instance, rook to b8 and ready to push b4 after, if he thinks that his king is all right for now in the middle of the board, then he might just decide to do that, Ketty, as you said, because the other line would lead to an endgame. And if he wants to be ambitious, rook b8 and b4 is certainly one of the most promising lines. And then he keeps open the option of taking back with the pawn. You are right.
Yeah, this can happen. We can maybe leave this game in here and move in back to Resipenko, because look at this. Black was the one who was pushing the pawns on the queen side, and white was the one who was attacking on the king side, and something different and opposite happened here. So we can take a look from this moment after queen c7. Here we have b4. Wow, that's very impressive move by Esipenko to stop the attack like that.
Yeah, it's not very common to see white pushing a3, b4. a3 maybe to prevent b4, but to then follow up with a pawn push to b4. As we know, the pawns never go backwards, which is a very obvious rule, but it has its drawback, meaning that you really are committed to this more weakened king side. Now for the white king, king side meaning where his king is queen side still, but you know, his king is not as safe as it seemed before pushing the pawn. At the same time, he's also claiming, if my pawn is on b4, how do you open up the position? a5 would be the obvious response, but that will leave the b5 pawn undefended.
Yeah. Unless it's well calculated and it works, then black will not give up b5 and then d6 square. So, you know, white played fancy on the queen side, and black decided to go fancy as well with f6 on the king side. And just like that, black now opens up the center and plays in this way. These two moves were a little bit difficult for many to understand. Like usually you push the pawns, decide you are stronger, and white is not strong on the queen side, black is not strong on the king side. But the idea behind f6 is just to break down this structure over here, and this combination of those pieces, knights and queen, they create really strong attack against e5 pawn. So if white allows black to fe, this e5 pawn will be hanging right away. So for this reason, white here just took the pawn on f6, and we have knight d4. Wow, knight d4 first, and then rook f6 and knight e2. This is the position now we have on the board.
Yeah, and to emphasize what you highlighted, Ketty, because it's so important that black pushes f6 in the French defense. Almost always you push c5 and f6 for a reason, because if you don't, then you have given this much space for white in the center without any compensation. White has all that space, so it's a lot of mobility for white's pieces, and this free roll of attack on the king side. Now h5, rook g3, bishop coming to d3. Obviously you need to find the right move order, but if white has already stopped black's attack on the queen side, and you are not even trying to counter this much space advantage that white has gained from the opening, it's pretty much a one-sided game. So f6, I believe it is a must. You have to play f6, and then it weakens the e6 pawn, but you also are opening up the position in the center. So white cannot just go for a free roll attack on the king.
Yeah, here black decided to capture the bishop on d4. Otherwise, this bishop could be a really strong piece. So he decided to get rid of this bishop, and now rook takes f6. And knight e2 was pretty much aimed for guarding the f5 pawn, which was hanging. Do you think white here plans to develop this bishop from g2 square, like? Because the knight just stand on this line, and it's gonna take some moves before white guards this pawn, then knight moves away, and then bishop develops on d3 square, which looks really nice square for the bishop to be.
Yeah, it's very tangled up, as you said, Ketin. It's not ideal, but it also means that white will most likely regroup his pieces. This rook could now come to c3, the square that the knight was occupying. Then you can push the pawn to g3 to allow the bishop to go to g2 or even h3 and put pressure on the e6 backward pawn.
Yeah, that looks very nice idea, just to get the pieces on the other side of the board. And in that case, do you think that white's pieces are active and black might have some issues because of this bishop here?
Yeah, that bishop in the French defense, unfortunately, is almost always the issue. It is now black's turn, but can he use this one move before rook c3, g3, and bishop h3 come to do something about the situation of that bishop? I think that's the main question here. The knight from d7, that knight would have some promising squares like on c4, as you are highlighting, knight b6, knight c4, but it doesn't solve the bishop situation. So it's one piece that would look amazing on c4, and maybe this is what back row will play, because why not block the c5, have this really beautiful knight on c4. But overall, it doesn't solve the full issue, and that is what do you do with the c8 bishop?
Yeah. Do you think after knight getting on c4, black will reconsider to push the pawn on a file and try to open up the this file for the rook?
Yeah, certainly with the knight on c4, that would suddenly look again more promising. So this could be the way to go for back row. And if you do get to push a5 and start attacking on the queen side, then suddenly this c8 bishop is no longer that big of a deal, because you are opening up the position on the queen side and the white king will be under attack. I'm curious if this is what will happen and how Yasipenko will counter this monstrous knight on c4. Will he try to trade it for his knight or bishop in the future?
Yeah, that's a good question. Like, that would be really nice if white managed to trade the bishop and the knight and leaves knight and the light square bishop at the position. That's gonna be a really nightmare for black to play that kind of end game. But I'm
the
sure
good knight, bad bishop, very typical good knight, bad bishop dream position would be for white. I think Bacro has a few things to say about that before we get to that situation. And if they trade the knight for white's bishop on c4, that will change the pawn structure. So that will be a different story if the bishop gets out.
Yeah, that's right. Let's get to the other game. We have some queens off in the game of Vidit and Dubov. So after the move queen b3 that we saw for the last time, knight went on a5, and queen goes all the way to b4. And now we have knight c6, knight comes back on c6 because the e7 pawn is hanging. So Dubov wanted to guard the e7 pawn. And here white decided not to go on b3. Vidit wants to play for win with white pieces. So clearly he went for queen b2, not to repeat the moves. And now we have bishop f5, rook goes on c5. And knight e5, queen a3 was played. White did not capture this pawn on b7. This should be very bad, perhaps.
There's bound to be tactics here. We need to find the right move order for trapping that queen. That seems very promising.
Just like that.
I mean, white can still pick up a bit of material for the queen, but it does not seem enough.
Yeah. So there was poison pawn, and after queen a3, here white was forced to trade the queens, and here we have this position. All right, the pawn on d5 is hanging.
That is a very good point. So let's see what's Dubov's idea after knight takes d5.
Bishop takes d5. Perhaps black wants to take here. This is very bad. Ooh, all the bar goes all the way down. So this is some sort of blunder now here. Ah.
Oh, that rook on a1. Poor
it will
fella.
be trapped. Yeah.
It looks like that long diagonal after knight takes e5 is just very sad for white. It will not get trapped fully because you can always include rook takes c8 as an intermediate move and then get the rook out of the corner. But it seems that this endgame, even though actually did we make it right for white?
Maybe instead of bishop e5, there's rook d3 and
of course, yeah.
Like is yeah.
There are so many tactical patterns, one being the long diagonal, but the other is that the two bishops are unprotected. That's the base of most tactical patterns, the king and undefended pieces. So watch out for these moves, because bishop takes e5 would be so natural, but instead of taking back a pawn, you can win a piece, which was better.
Why not? Why not? Yeah, but also bishop e5 was very tempting because this rook was trapped here. There's also rook d8 that black would consider this move. So at least 3 candidate moves that black can consider here. And out of 3, 1 can work for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So knight takes d5, as tempting as it is to win that pawn on d5, is a poison pawn here would lose a piece.
Yeah.
But if you can't take the pawn, then black should be all right.
Yeah, I felt same too. Like, for instance, if you go knight b5 now to attack the rook, and maybe later you want to push the pawn on a4, this rook can go also on a6 or a8, just to make sure this rook is safe there. And yeah, it's hard to define here what's the weakness and what white wants to attack, because if we say that this is a weakness here in this position, then b1 square is controlled by the bishop, so you can't really get on b file with a rook.
Yeah, and the a2 pawn will be just as weak as the b7 pawn, so both black and white have a weakness each. The d5 pawn seemed the most promising target for white, but we have just showed that one line where if you take the pawn, you even lose a piece as white. So I think Dubov has found the most accurate way of getting out of that somewhat tense moment where the queen was still on b3 attacking d5, and now we are in an endgame that seems to be balanced already.
Yeah. Looking at the games of Dubov, like also yesterday, he chose quite safe road against Aronian. Do you think that he might have some sort of strategy? Like he thinks that with black pieces it's okay to make a draw, or with stronger opponent, higher rated opponents, it's okay to make a draw and then try his best in the other games?
It's a good question. And because it's a round robin, and for the knockout, it of course matters. Are you first, second? You need to qualify to the knockout in order to continue for your chances with the overall qualification to the candidates. But in terms of Dubov, he usually is just I want to go for it with whatever color kind of player. So maybe today simply the position he got from the opening was not as dynamic as he would have hoped for, because otherwise he usually doesn't mind taking a risk or two to try to play for a win.
Yeah, and also Anna, we all know that he recently recovered from COVID, and he got positive test at Tata Steel, what he had over the board tournament right before this one, some days before this tournament. So this pretty much also affect on his physical strength, and maybe he just tries to be very stable at this tournament.
Yeah, that's a very important point too. That even though normally his playing style is just let's go for something crazy, chaotic, and I want to win no matter what, physical health, and also the fact that this tournament is a long one. It's just the first leg of the FIDE Grand Prix, and in order to qualify to the last 2 remaining spots of the candidates happening this June in Madrid, you need to perform extremely well in this event and the next one. And all of those FIDE Grand Prix legs are going basically one after the other. Every player has to take part in 2. So it's not just this event, which is already long enough, lasting till the 17th of February, but also the next leg will begin almost right after.
Yeah, true. So the players need to divide the energy properly and not go crazy. Rather, the position allows you. So, Anna, shall we go to the game of Aronian, Keymer, and Aronian and Keymer? Because we do have a different pawn structure right now. And seems like Aronian captured d3 bishop with a pawn.
Let's show how this happened, because earlier it was a lot more traditional pawn structure. It was this exchange variation of the Caro-Kann where white was trying to restrict the bishop, the c8 bishop. So you would even allow the trade of your light square bishop on d3 for the knight, but with the idea of not allowing the c8 bishop to develop to f5. As you mentioned, Katie, earlier, g6 is the way to go so that you are ready to take on d3 or even play bishop f5 without the capture.
Yes. So we had 95 here, a6. This we also mentioned about this square, like if queen gets on d3, then queen goes on b5 with a check. So we just played a6 here. And the moment when black captured on d3, seems like white recaptured back with a pawn.
Interesting choice when there are so many more normal looking options that you can take on d3 with the queen. You can take even with the knights if you want to preserve the healthy looking pawn structure you have, because that would be the most common, to have pawns on A, B, C, and D, right? Why would you want to double your pawns? What's the point of Aronian, Katie?
The point of Aronian is that those 2 pawns are controlling the best squares on the board, the central squares. And he thinks that it's not a weakness, but it's a strength. And he will use this in the future. Additionally, he has open c file, and he can get the rook here on c file, or he can get another rook on c file, knight on c file, 5. So I think he was looking for more possibilities, and with this, he's getting more of the choice in the future.
Yeah, it takes to be a very strong player to know when you can just go against the usual principles of chess, or in this case, the usual principles of how you should try to keep your pawn structure as healthy as possible. These are doubled, isolated pawns, but as you mentioned, they are guarding very important squares. They are allowing your knight to stay on e5, and they are also allowing the rook to come to c1. So white has the upper hand because of being ahead in development, and black cannot really exploit the weakness of those pawns as of now. It would take quite some time to try to attack them. It's true that the queen from b6, for instance, could start looking at the d4 pawn, but you also need to consider your own development, and that the d5 pawn as well as even the e7 pawn can be targets of white.
Yeah, I don't want to mark once again this bishop here on c8, because we were talking the whole day about the bishop being so bad on c8. But the point here is that queen b6 was played, white went knight f3 right now, and black had to play e6. I was looking what happens after queen b2, because this is the move which attacks the knight, and it's an extra pawn, so why not to grab it? But white has here knight a4 move. This attacks the knight, queen. If queen goes on b5, then white is happy to capture e7 pawn. If queen goes on b4 to guard this pawn, then rook comes on b1. With a threat, queen has d6 or a3 square. And now additionally, white has b6 square. Knight can get on b6, rook can get on b6 and make more threats to the queen. And, I think that's not worthy for black to capture this b2 pawn. for all this.
It is a lot of
action.
tempi that white has gained, and it also feels like because of these concrete lines that you're showing with the queen's attack, continuous attack on the queen, white will be gaining white will be getting the pawn back, and if it will be in a move, even in a move or two, equal material, then why have you wasted all that time on the queen moves and grabbing a pawn that wasn't worth it? So I agree that it's kind of like a poison pawn. White gets too much of a compensation for it and will eventually also win the pawn back, I believe.
Yeah. So instead of taking the b2 pawn here, Keymer went for e6, and knight a4 was met by queen d6, queen d2, and a5. I'm really starting to like here white's position, because look at this, knight can get on c5, we can get on c file as well. Bishop can come on f4 to target the queen, and more because of the rook can get on this 7th rank, and we know what happens when the rook gets on this 7th rank. So black starts to play on the queen side, and he makes a really strange looking move a5. What he really wants with this move a5?
I wonder if it's because it's so difficult to develop this c8 bishop to somewhere more decent. Is this in a way sometimes a door for the rook to get out through a6 to c6? So that would be a rook lift, rook a6, rook c6. Sometimes, of course, also just the fact that now you have a pawn on a5, you can launch the second pawn to b5 and try to gain more space on the queen side, which would finally give some hope to your bishop if you get to push b5 and b4. But this all feels a bit too slow. White was already ahead in development. And I don't really believe that black has the time to push b5, b4 when the knight will be landing on that beautiful c5 square. The other knight can come to e5, rook to c1. I think Aronian is in great shape here to potentially get his second win in the tournament.
Yeah, and look at the time situation. I think that's correct time, or very likely to be close to the correct time. Vincent has here half an hour for 40 moves, and then he's gonna have another half an hour on the clock. But Aronian is still having more than 1 hour on the clock. So sometimes this time situation also says who feels not really not comfortable in the position, and who spent most of the time to figure out how to solve the issues.
100%. And on our live board, we could see that Vincent finally got to move the bishop away from c8. It's still not that active, of course. It's what this bishop has, very limited space, but it is attacking the knight on a4. So Aronian has, I think, a very obvious choice. Do you go backwards or forward with that knight, Kitty?
We always go forward.
Always.
Always going forward. It looks so tempting to get knight on c5, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, knight c5 attacks the b7 pawn immediately, but even if it wasn't for the hanging pawn, that knight is looking beautiful on the c5 square, followed by another knight coming to e5. I think Vincent will be struggling in this position for the time pressure, but also the pressure in the position. This is already quite a substantial advantage for white. It's not a material advantage, but in terms of the positional advantage, Levon Aronian is looking great for a second win in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. He very quickly played knight c5 here. He's not losing any time because this is so obvious move to be played here. Do you think after b6 move, white is going first to play bishop f4 and then to get this knight on b7? To make some threats? Oh, yeah, it's so bad.
I like your idea a lot. The intermediate move to place the bishop on f4, attack the queen, and then a knight on b7. Usually it would be very awkward to have the knight on b7 because you have no way out almost. But right now you're threatening bishop d6 to win an exchange, and black can hardly get out of the threats.
Yeah, but Engine says like, no, girls, I'm gonna trap this knight here. So I don't know how that's gonna happen.
Because it looks scary. It looks scary. I was even thinking, imagine, Kitty, if black just moves away the f8 rook to e8 and say, I'm out of the bishop d6 idea, that traps the queen if you place the rook on e8. So I mean, if black were to move the rook to e8, then bishop d6, and suddenly there are no squares for the queen. It's very, very easy to go wrong. But according to the engine, we shouldn't be that optimistic about our bishop d6 because the rook could go to c8. That's the only square remaining. That's the only one. And now the bar is dropping. So we are missing something. We are missing something after knight b7. I like your idea though, that bishop f4 has got to be a good move, even if not knight b7. So knight b7 is a bit adventurous. If it's justified by a concrete line where white wins material, then great. If it's not justified, white can always take on d7 after the queen drops back, because that position still is very promising after the other knight can come to e5. You've got the control of the c file. So whether this works or not, it still would be, of course, up to debate. But the position should be much better after bishop f4.
Yeah, this is a so funny situation. So here the engine says like it's so bad for white. What I have seen, and I went so easily to this line, was like, if black goes away with the bishop, then I have additionally this move, and I'm safe here, and my knight will be safe, and my pieces are active. So there is something, but you know, Anna, at this point, which we have at the board, b6 has been played. Let me update here.
Ooh, so let's see if we're gonna have this knight on b7, or will Aronian do something else? Bishop f4, whether it's with the idea of knight going to b7 or not, is still a very obvious move.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know. Okay, knight b7 here looks even worse because now I can do this.
Yeah, this is not the same effect.
Yeah. So if he goes bishop f4, then he might also go for this one. We don't know it. But I know what happens if we simply capture a very bad bishop, but we're on time to get the rook on the 7th rank, another rook on this c file.
I think that's the simplest. It is a bad bishop, but you win a tempo by capturing. So instead of having to go backwards with the knight, you win a tempo with this trade, then the rook to c7. You've got this f4 bishop beautifully supporting the rook, whether you go rook c7 or rook c6. The other rook will join you, rook c1, even the queen. You can triple stack on the c file. Yeah, that looks really, really nice. Oh, bishop f4 was made in the game. Is that really happening? All right, are we going for the simpler and probably much safer and better trade on d7 and rook to c7 or c6, or will Aronian fall in love with knight b7? Prediction time.
Yes, we have to stay here. We have not move around. So the engine says knight e7 is fine. White is fantastic position. Knight b7 is losing.
Crazy.
So...
But you might think it's winning. If you think it wins an exchange at the least, then why would you not play it? So you got to find what is the move that refutes knight b7 for black. And we shall see whether Levon Aronian finds a way to refute that line. Because you would only play it if you think it's winning.
Yeah. Oh no, he goes 97. Okay. He goes 97. He knows what's going on.
Simple chess and also very efficient. White is in a much better endgame. The bishop, as Katie pointed out, was a very passive and bad piece for black, but you are gaining time by trading the knight for the bishop, and that time is crucial here to gain full control of the only open file, the c file.
Yeah. And we can still get this bishop d6 idea to win an exchange, and this fight on c file will be won by white for sure.
Absolutely. And I see those of you who have followed PogChamps earlier during the previous year, actually it was already in PogChamps 3 when Michel Carré came up with Castlemania. That would be full on Castlemania. Rook on c7, doubling rooks. Michel does love that situation. Rook on the 7th is beautiful. Castlemania.
That's a good taste in chess to have rooks on the 7th rank. It's a good idea. It's really good idea.
I just like how PogChamp gives new terminology to our already known chess patterns and vocabulary. So there have been so many. I think every PogChamps edition has given us just really cool terms and phrases where some of the participants just like they look at this and this is like, oh yeah, this is a baby fork. When Jake said that if you give a fork with a pawn, that's a baby fork, or the Castlevania of Michelle. And there have been so many situations like that. XQC's ones are hilarious too. So we need to have a new PogChamp soon so that we can learn more from the participants and get richer in our vocabulary.
Yeah, that's for sure. We are looking forward. I know we can take our next break and let the players to play a little bit more to give us more exciting positions, and we can come back right after the break.
Title Tuesday is now 2 weekly tournaments with triple the prices, totaling over $250,000 a year. That's a lot of money at stake, and you can tune in every Tuesday at 8 a.m. and at 2 p.m. Pacific to see your favorite title players battle it out right here on chess.com. I am certainly interested, Ketty, if we're going to see a Mr. Hikaru Nakamura in the field for Title Tuesday, because how many times has Hikaru won Title Tuesday while competing at an over-the-board event?
A lot is the answer. I think it's a lot. It's a lot of times. And that's a great news for chess fans and also for the Title Plus players. Myself, I think I'll play many of those events, and that's really nice event. Talking about Hikaru, let's now check out the game against Grischuk, because we have not seen for some times, and maybe we do have some changes here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's take a look what has changed since we last looked at Hikaru's position. I think in terms of what has changed, some of it will come down to the time. Grischuk is spending more time, but it's still not in time pressure. This is standard business here. But when it comes to the position, this is where we left it, Ketty, right? After Bishop D7.
Yes, and I'm so surprised they have made only 3 moves, and Hikaru actually catched up Grischuk on time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for a moment I thought Grischuk was down to half an hour, but it could have been just a browser issue on my end that it wasn't updating the times properly. If this is the current time situation, then it's very balanced both on the board and on the clock. Grischuk still has some pressure because of the extra development of his rooks. Those 2 rooks are standing nicely on the open D and C files, but the knight and the bishop of white are in the way, so you can't take advantage of it immediately. Knight G5 is an interesting way of advancing further, with the potential idea of moving the C3 knight to E4, and that will undermine the protection of the D7 bishop, but also try to jump toward strong squares, like the D6 square would be a lovely octopus in Black's position.
Yeah, I like this move too. With the idea to control maybe this square as well, and to get rid of the knight on F6, because if the knight is off the board, Anna, maybe the bishop will have some problems over here, as it's now hanging. Yeah, moves like H6, I think, gonna help white to just get what white wanted and planned. And how would you evaluate this position? Is it okay still for Black when knight gets on D6?
I think it's very close to equal, but obviously it's Hikaru who needs to be precise to fully equalize, because he's just like 1 move very close to full equality. I was wondering if there were any positions similar to this, and funnily enough, there is still for this position a game between 2 grandmasters over 2,700, and that was Anish Giri with the black pieces, who drew against Dmitry Yakovenko a few years ago. That game, after knight G5, followed with rook F to D8, and then there was a trade of knight on E4 and bishop back to E8. That's a plan that you have explained from white's perspective, Ketty, and Black can do the same. Get the rook to the D file, and then your bishop will be okay, hiding for a second on E8, but opening up the D file.
Yeah. All right. So this game ended shortly after rook E8, or it was?
It was a few more, like under 20 moves till the draw, and white can of course go instead of bishop E1. We were just saying that you can drop the bishop back, but now that the knight is on E4, that the bishop can go to C3, which would be more active to have the long diagonal for the bishop.
Yeah. So this is the moment. This is the moment where Black is thinking, but we just learned that the game has been played. So we might think that this is still theory, or at least continuation of the theory. And they know the plan. What's the plan here for white, and what's the plan for Black?
Yeah, whether they recall that exact game between Yakovenko and Giri, or they just know the idea of rook d8, bishop e8, it's very common. That pattern is extremely common, that with a bishop that's this limited, the bishop on d7, you need to make sure that you regroup your pieces in a way that you need to swing the rook over first and then try to fight for the control of the open file.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if they remember the game, they remember the players, which year they played, how it ended.
I know they know everything. I don't even remember my own games from like 2 weeks ago, and they remember all the games in chess history. So that's the difference between super grandmaster and mere human beings.
Yeah. Their mind, their memory is amazing and well trained to remember all these lines. And very often at the commentaries or at the interviews, these grandmasters are remembering somebody's game which was played many years ago, and very small details. And I was thinking like, wow, what I really ate yesterday? Can you think of it? While they are thinking about these moves and years and all these details. So yeah, I would not really be surprised if they remember it. But still, sometimes you want to improve, you want to find something better, and for this it takes a little bit of more time. What do you think? Can Black also try to get this knight on d5, like knight before knight d5?
That could be another option. You're right, to try to regroup Black's pieces. I just wonder if you have the time for it before moving the rook. So once the rooks would make it to d8 and c8, I think then it would be more likely that Hikaru goes for a knight maneuver. At the moment, it still feels like because he's behind in development and he still has to activate the rooks. I feel like rook d8 or rook c8, but rook d8 feels a lot more natural because of the vulnerable d7 bishop.
Yeah. We might have this kind of position. We can now switch to, because this one looks very peaceful. In the game of Vachier-Lagrave, we do have exact position as we predicted here. Instead of crazy attack that we really wanted to see, instead of that, Vachier first went for bishop d7, which actually makes sense to develop all the pieces. And have the opportunity to connect the rooks as well. And I'm sure that he will consider a5 at some point.
Yeah, finally the bishop is no longer on the back rank. It is still a passive piece, but passive pieces like this are guarding important pawns, as they say. So that e6 pawn, the bottom or base of the pawn chain of Black's center, is very important to keep guarding. So in that sense, it is a useful bishop for that. And in the future, if Black has the time for a maneuver, bishop to e8 and then bishop g6 could be a way to activate that bishop. Imagine one day it makes it to e4. Suddenly, that would be a very different looking bishop.
Yeah, it looks like a plan here. We have figured out some plans for Black. And what about White? Can White somehow regroup the pieces or try to attack on the king side still? Is there
Certainly, yeah, Katia, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I'm just looking at those pieces like what's going on. The knight in the way of the bishop. There has to be a way to regroup them. It's true that the bishop could go to h3 to put pressure on e6, but alone the bishop will not do much. I feel like a knight maneuver, knight g1, as weird as it is to place the knight on the back rank, temporarily you place it there to then go to f3 and e5. e5 or g5 are the two squares you're looking at, or even d4 if the queen moves out of the way. So knight on f3 is, I think, something that Yesipenko will be considering very soon, if not right now.
Yeah. We're gonna see that. Meanwhile, we can go to the game of Richard Draper and Nobring, because this is so sharp position. This is extremely sharp position. Black tried to open up the b file, got the rook on b8 as you predicted here, and White managed to push the g5. Let's check this game from the moment we left. It was from, this is the moment after a3, Black played rook b8, and here we had castle and b4, who got on the 4th rank. And after bishop capture on f6 here, black decided to capture it with a bishop. And here we have g5. So the question is, what happens after queen takes d6?
Those were the lines that we were slightly looking at a few moves ago, whether it was possible to give up the pawn for the pair of bishops. And that was one of the biggest questions, I guess, when Rapport decided to go for castle kingside and allow the capture of his pawn. I wonder what's with this line, and what is it that Oparin didn't like? He might have thought that after queen takes d6, rook takes d6, even though the knight on c6 is hanging, but black could play, I guess, either I was gonna say developing the bishop to guard it, but that steps into knight c5, so let's just discard that. Probably knight d4 is the most active continuation instead. So that knight is hanging, you could play knight to d4, trade that knight, and black has the pair of bishops. But the a6 pawn is vulnerable too, so this was a very critical decision to take, whether you grab the pawn or not, and who is doing better here. As you can see, our evaluation bar is extremely happy by grabbing the pawn, but computers also are very greedy when it comes to material. I think that he must have evaluated this position for quite some time, and in the end decided to not to go for it. But now, after g5, the bar is screaming that this move is not good.
Yeah, it seems like it's not the best move. We might have a reason that this bishop can capture the knight and then grab a4 pawn. What about that?
Yeah, that could be one of the questions, certainly. So whether this pawn can be taken. Maybe. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. Katie, you are right. Bishop f3, who is losing material?
Yeah. So g5. And
I'm just thinking, so it's either this concrete line, of course, Rapport will be considering whether he can take and grab the pawn on e4, or he could also just go back to e7, say, you can no longer take on d6. I have the pair of bishops. I have already opened up the b5. So this could too be quite a promising position for black. It looks scary that white has that much space and push the pawns on the king side, but there are no pieces that are supporting this. It's only the pawns there without any further attack. And black could start pushing the a pawn, for instance, a5, a4, as one of the ideas to continue the attack on the queen side.
I like both moves. I like bishop e7 with this idea a5, a4, and the pawn goes right away in just 2 moves. White has to forget the king side attack. It's gonna take more than 2 moves, and the pawn comes with all the threat. The knight will be hanging. After knight moves, then a3 will be right away, and this seems so good chance for a Sicilian player. Whoever plays Sicilian, they know that these small things makes a huge difference for the game. But also taking on c3 and then consider to take on e4. This is a central pawn. Another pawn will be also hanging. This seems that Rapport has here a very good chance.
I'm wondering which one he will go for. He certainly will take quite some time here. It's a critical decision. It could change the result of the game. This is a very important one to calculate properly, make the right call. So we're gonna let my compatriot Richard think as long as he needs, and we'll come back to this game at a later stage. There's a lot of games going on, and with so much excitement. Where shall we head next, Ketty? Because there are many dynamic positions, and also soon time trouble will be approaching.
Yeah. Let's get to the game Dominguez against Harikrishna, because look at this bishop and how this bishop got in here. Like, I play Kurkan, but I never get the bishop on c4, so I really want to know how the magic happened. This is the last moment we saw this game. We even left the arrow here. So bishop e3 was played, knight e7, knight d4. White gave up the pawn on e5 that we were talking about. But look now, if black takes on e5, then knight takes on f5, and this knight here is hanging. So for this reason, bishop e3 now makes, knight d4 makes sense.
Yeah, and if black does not have the time to capture on e5 because of the loss of the knight on c5, it means that white is just in time to guard the e5 pawn with f4 if needed.
e4 was played, and now after rook c8, we have f4, bishop e4 targeting g2 pawn, and after castle we have knight f5, white take the knight on f5 and pawn took on f5, and here we have this bishop. That's how we got the bishop on e4. Really good looking bishop, and they have made a couple more moves.
It's certainly very rare in the first place that the bishop makes it to e4, and secondly that then there's a trade on f5, which makes it look an almost impossible position on how the bishop managed to teleport from c8 to e4. It's a very strong piece guarded by both the d5 and f5 pawns. So even if it's traded, there's going to be a pawn instead of the bishop, and that pawn will be a protected pass pawn. Let's say bishop d3 or bishop f3 to trade in the future on e4. Black will not capture that bishop, but wait for white to take it.
Yeah. Black will just wait and then have a connected pass pawn. Looking at this position, Anna, look, the bishop is very active. If you take it, then I have a pass pawn. Knight is also very well placed, attacking all these squares and blocking e5 pawn. Queen and the rook is on the c file. There is no any single weakness in black's position, and even though that white has a pair of bishop, this bishop on d4 is not really good looking bishop. It's just stuck in the center, but not really attacking any piece. I'm starting to like here black's position.
I also like black's position. I might be biased, but when that light square bishop gets out, it seems like a really cool position. It's also true that the position is very closed, and if black were to try to play for a win, that's a more difficult task to find a way to break through. It's extremely closed. You cannot push the b pawn because if b5, we know the rule of en passant and it's going to be taken. Then if you try to do something on the king side, that's a double-edged sword. Pushing g5 would be the way to blow up the structure, but it also means you're weakening your own king. So it might just be the case that it's a dynamic balance. Pair of bishops for white, but the position is closed. The structure is doubled pawns and the weak pawn on d5 for black, but with the bishop on e4, it actually compensates, and the knight on e6, as you highlighted, Kitty, is a lovely piece. And if you had your pawn on e6, you wouldn't have this knight. So you're getting a lot of pros and cons here, which I think will lead to a draw. Not yet, but there's just not so easy to play for either side here to play for a win.
I totally understand. Like if black is not really pushing like g5, which looks tempting to push, but white still have pair of bishop, and maybe that's what white is waiting. And if white is not pushing g4 on the king side or b4 b5 on the queen side, if none of the side really tries to change something, this might end in a draw, because no one might want to risk to go for some crazy lines.
Yeah, let's see if they both stay solid, or will either of them try something to open up the position. For now, Harikrishna simply dropped the queen back to c7. Somewhat of a mysterious move, but it does put pressure on the a5 pawn, so that the rook is now tied to the defense of that pawn. And if bishop b6, I guess he doesn't mind to move the queen again and claim that it is in his favor that the bishop is on b6. It's just such a closed and solid position that these tiny details will matter. Is my queen on c7 or c6? Is the bishop on d4 on b6? And it feels like Harikrishna is provoking Dominguez to place the bishop on b6.
Bishop b6 we have on the board. I don't know what Harikrishna going to play. If he's going to play here knight, queen c6. This might also sort of offer the opponent to repeat the moves and just end the game in a draw. Or maybe he has something planned here and he just needed in his variations this bishop to be on b6. And as you mentioned, he just provocated this white to get this bishop on b6.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how the game follows. Bishop b6 doesn't come as any surprise to Harikrishna. He's just considering whether, I guess, to place the queen on c6 or d7, but c6 feels a bit more natural just for not stepping into the pin. We'll come back to this game in the future and check in with the rest of the action. There's so much going on. This is Aronian's game after knight takes d7. That's where we left it.
We have to see this game. Look at the clock, Hannah. Look at the clock. If this is not a great one, this is very close time now that players are having. So in this game, Black decided to take with a knight. Rook is on the 7th rank, as you were suggesting here, and Black was trying to control c-file, but no, Queen was there, and Queen controls now the c-file. This is just perfect position. There's only one open file, and White is controlling that file.
It's so crucial when there's only one open file that it's yours, because it means that the opponent's heavy pieces have no activity and cannot counter it. It's true that now Aronian has moved the rook away from the c5, but that's because the black rook has to be guarding the d7 knight. So you don't get a chance to take the c5. And if the knight were to move, then the b6 pawn is dropping. So it's very tough for Vincent, for the time pressure, but also that the position is collapsing. I think he's bound to lose a pawn in the very near future. Bishop c7 is already in the air, but bishop d6 check questions whether the king will continue toward the center or go back to g8. On e8, though, it almost feels like you can get checkmated and there are barely any pieces on the board.
Yes, look at this position. Like Black seems to be stuck. Knight cannot move. Now rook cannot move. Bishop can move, but it's not really too much to move with this bishop. And king is also out of the moves. So Black had to change something here, and he decided to give up the bishop for the knight. And look at the bishop here on d6. Beautiful bishop.
Yeah, we were talking about another position in Baccarat's game. I believe we were mentioning the good knight versus bad bishop. This is the complete opposite. That's a beautiful and very powerful bishop on d6, cutting the king and cutting the board into two, while the black knight is only just hanging in there to protect the king, because if you were to move the knight away from d7, rook e7 can be waiting on the spot sometimes with that discover check coming after.
Yeah, looks very nice position. I know what, and I would not be surprised if White decides to get the king in the center and then to go on the king side weaknesses. We might see something like that. If Black tries to occupy c-file, now Black can do it as the knight is guarded. You know what? This rook cannot go really far, because in some lines, rook a7, rook a8 will be a checkmate threat if Black's rook leaves the back rank.
Very true. So even this hope that finally Black can get the c5 will not have much of an impact in terms of Black's position, because of the passive situation of the knight and the vulnerable Black king. It's only two pieces each, a rook and a bishop versus a rook and a knight, but there can still be checkmate patterns, or a pattern that wins a piece because your king is so much in trouble.
Yeah. And rook c8, we have it on the board. Here White needs to play the very clear moves, very precise moves. Time situation is just great for Aronian. He has about more than 1 hour on the clock, and the youngest participant in the field, he has Vincent Keymer. He has only 14 minutes and not so good position here. What do you think if White here goes with d4 move? Because look at this knight cannot move forward anywhere. It's just stuck in there. And if you activate your rook, I'm okay with that, because I have this backup plan to checkmate Black's king, and knight cannot go anywhere.
Yeah, you cannot abandon the back rank for too long. And if the rook has to go back to c8, that's when White can start the king march. So the white rook is perfectly placed, the bishop is perfectly placed. You only need to just bring the king into the game as well, and it's game over.
Yeah. If Black tries to stop White's king, let's say with h6, White can always push the pawn to h5, another pawn on f4, and anyway, White will eventually get to the king side with the king.
Yeah, this is equal material and not many pieces on the board, but in reality, because of the positional advantage, it is decisive advantage at this rate for Levon Aronian, who is already leading in Group C, and this will be a very convincing 2.5 points out of the first 3 games for him.
Yeah, D4 on the board. I'm so happy. I'm so happy to have
full domination. You predicted it, Kitty. It's a dream position for white.
We're in a good shape,
Anna. You are in great shape, and I'm just taking notes here. People G.
Oh, this is so nice end game, right? It's just you can not relax, but you know that you have very good position, and all you have to do is just to use your technique. And Levon Aronian, he does have the technique, of course.
Yeah, it's such a beautifully executed game from start to finish. From the moment he started having a slight advantage, he increased it so precisely that Vincent did not have a chance in this game. It feels like he has been completely outplayed, and it started with just slightly unpleasant position.
Yeah, and Anna, remember when we started this commentary today, we mentioned about Vincent being one of the low-rated player in the field, not losing the game. And here Aronian came and he changed this, this direction of our thoughts, and very likely Aronian can score this point in this game.
Yeah, he's gonna be almost surely on 2.5 points in the very near future. I don't think this game will last for long because unfortunately for Vincent, there's not much he can do. We'll come back at a later stage and show what has happened since, but the plan for white is already was pointed out by Kitty. The king will be activated too, and black can hardly move his pieces.
Yeah. All right, we can go to the next game that we were really amazed to see. This is Fedoseev against Wojtaszek. And I really don't understand why white went under this pin from the very beginning, because look at this, like black just put the bishop on h6 and now e5, and that's lots of pressure on this diagonal, right?
Yes, looking so promising for the leader of Group B. Wojtaszek was very close to winning his second game already yesterday. Eventually, he didn't convert, but this, now if he doesn't convert this with that diagonal looking menacing, I don't know what will be converted. It looks like he's just bound to win again.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's also a bad sign if you have a chance that you're not taking it. It might be also a bad sign. But let's see how this happened, Anna. So this is the moment we saw the game. Bishop f5 and rook d2 was almost the first move. And after a long castle, white decided to develop the knight on e2, knight e3, attacking the bishop on g2. Bishop has to move away, and d5. A very strong move, kicking the knight back. And then d4, this is not enough, I want more space. And now knight has to come on d1. Hold on, why not knight on e4? Is there any move that white wasn't unhappy with?
It would make perfect sense to place the knight on e4. What pattern did he not like? It might just be again that the pieces are so tangled. For instance, a pawn push to e5 to try to open up the diagonal after f6, e5, knight e5, the bishop on f3, and the knight on e4 will be tangled and hanging. This is just looking very suspicious for white, but I agree with you that if you can place the knight in the center, you would normally go that way unless there's a refutation.
Yeah, here Fedoseev decided to at least trade the knights or just hope for that, and black said, okay, let's do it, and then e5. And once again, this pain, not pain, it is
a pain. It is a pain for white to play this. I agree with you, Kitty. Fedoseev is in trouble. You didn't misspeak. That's what you meant.
Yeah, no, we have this very similar position yesterday in the game of Shirov and Dominguez. And what happened there was really painful. And I kind of have this from yesterday, like same opening, same diagonals, same threads, and it turned to be pain. So I was, what I meant, it was this pin. And here, H3 looks so strange move, like the things are going in the center and somehow you're going to play in the side of the board.
Yeah, if h3 was played, that usually this is the sign that white is in trouble. You could not take on e5 obviously because of the h6 bishop, but you also can't really do much about black's center. So the reason why the pawn cannot be taken is just this rook h1 move that Katie has pointed out. But h3 doesn't really stop neither the capture on f4 nor the push to e4. And
yeah,
I would have loved to see what happens if black pushes e4. I think Wojtaszek captured on f4, which looks promising too, but e4, the bishop has to go back G4. Or to g4. Yes. I guess that's the one upside of h3, that you can play bishop g4 as well, but who's gonna stop those central pawns?
Yeah, look at this. Rooks, it can be some moves like this, or it can be this and then this. Oh God.
Yeah, even just a trade, exactly, trade and bishop g7, it's not winning immediately, but it's extremely unpleasant, and that's a pass pawn. The e4 pawn is a pass pawn connected to the d4 pawn. If you don't lose those pawns, you're bound to be winning this endgame. Yeah. I'm just amazed that this was not played. So e takes f4 must be even more promising according to Wojtaszek's calculation. He takes the pawn, and if now white takes back, if it's with the knight, then the pin is still maybe horrible. Yeah.
The idea is to push g5 and then g4 right away. And
yeah,
he says that I'm winning something here. Let's say here and g4.
He's got to win material if the knight takes on f4 and if the pawn takes instead.
Yeah, there was played pawn takes f4.
So if the pawn takes...
g5 maybe now.
Oh, he pushes d3. g5 is the move I was looking at too, but he goes d3.
Wow, that's impressive move. That's impressive move.
Instead of wanting to win the pawn, he's sacrificing a pawn because of the vulnerable situation on the diagonal, but also the squares that open up now for the knight as well. Because if c takes d3, knight b4 will attack d3, and the a2 pawn, the king is in trouble. Those bishops are coming alive on the not even long diagonal, but those two diagonals parallel to each other for black. This is an incredibly tough position for Fedoseev, I feel like. At the same time, the board is like, everything is okay. How? The house is on fire. How is it okay?
Yeah, now before I was playing, I'm sure like even king goes away on the b, it was okay. Because look at the pawn structure after all. Like I start to collect those pawns, and those pieces are so active. And white's pieces cannot move. Knight has to be stuck to guard f4. The rooks have to stack on this diagonal, on this file, and the only bishop which has not much to struggle is the bishop on b2, but it shoots nothing there on this diagonal as well. So that's so hard to handle with white.
Yeah, I wonder why the engine is so confident. It must be something concrete that if, let's say, bishop e4, you stop knight d3 just in time and you're threatening to trade that light squared bishop. That's so annoying, but I would not want to be playing this from white's perspective. It's so dangerous.
Yeah. Oh, maybe that's exactly like, for instance, at knight d3 would be a horrible blunder because of this pin, and the bishop cannot take. So after bishop g4 looks very good, good looking move. You can take with a bishop. Yeah, maybe that's the move that engine likes.
Yeah, it has to be something very concrete like bishop g4 or bishop e4, as you're pointing out, that you need to clarify the situation and simplify, trade that light squared bishop, because if not, black's attack will certainly prevail. it feels like Wojtaszek, when he had the chance between pushing e4 or taking on f4, he must have calculated this line that he takes and sacrifices a pawn with d3 and knight b4, and he considered it maybe nearly winning, or at least very promising for the attack. Because to choose this variation over e4 and having a connected pass pawn in the middle of the board, it means that he thought that this line is even better, even stronger for him. He might have underestimated the defensive resources just as much as we did, because this position screams that it looks very suspicious for white. But if there's a defense for Fedoseev, it might be the case as yesterday that Wojtaszek close to a winning position, but in the end doesn't play the most precise line.
Yeah. It might be the reason, like he saw this line and he wanted to win right away rather than to prolong it as he did yesterday. And then in the end, it was too much prolonged, and the opponent managed to draw. So maybe that's the reason, or maybe Bishop G4 was missed. Or this is still, even after Bishop G4, this is so playable position for Black right now. Maybe he's okay to
Absolutely, yeah. I think he finds this promising. It's just interesting that he found this much stronger, or at least more promising than the line that was looking extremely unpleasant for white with the central pass pawn.
Yeah. Let's get to another game. Maybe we have something also exciting happening there. Oh wow, we have to see this. So in the game of Operin and Rapport, instead of after G5, instead of going on E7 or take the knight, he decided to go Bishop D4.
Oh, that's a move we did not consider. It felt like Bishop C3 and Bishop E7 were the main ones, and instead he says, I don't want to keep the pair of bishops. I'm offering a trade on D4. And after this move, Operin decided to not take it, but move the king to B1. Interesting choice, but also feels very slow and stepping into that B5 fully.
Yeah, too many of black pieces are hanging right now. Rook is hanging, the bishop might hang as well. Oh, too much tension.
This is a crazy complex position, and that's what we love about these players. Richard Rappard, in this case here with the black pieces, bringing on the fire on the board, and who knows what's going to happen next, because the rook could move, but that would be maybe too obvious. Bishop E3 could be an intermediate move to not move the rook away yet, but as the queen, where do you go? I have no idea what's going on here.
Yeah, that's the question to be asked, and I'm sure now Rapport is thinking about that. How about Anna, we take a break, very short break, and we can come back maybe with the answer.
Yeah, let's hope that Richard figures out the answer while we take a very quick break.
This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022, first leg, round 3. I'm Katie, this is Anna, and we're having what a round and what a games. Anna, we have one of those crazy games right now on the screen, offering against Rapport. And
yeah, it's just another day in Richard Rapport's life. Richard is my compatriot, former teammate when I was still playing on the Olympic team myself. I know him very well ever since he was a kid. We have gone to the same tournaments oftentimes, and I've been following his career. But this is just very normal for him. Everything is hanging.
Yeah, we have to see what happened from the moment we left. Oh wow, we had quite a lot of analyzes over here. Let me get in. Yeah, g5, bishop d4, and here a few more moves, and that's the moment we left. And seems like here black decided to play bishop on e3. This allowed white to capture the pawn on d6, and rook takes on e4.
So because of including the bishop move to e3, Rapport didn't have to just move the rook to the edge of the board, but he could actually capture this important central pawn. Now rook f1 was also quite an obvious move because the f4 pawn was hanging and there wasn't any other piece that could guard it. And now the question is there a follow-up? Because the position now has somewhat gone into at least a bit more normal looking situation. Nothing is hanging straight away, but the rook on e4 will be attacked with the knight jumping to c3 and could even be trapped. So what's next for Richard? Does he need to move that bishop away from e3? The bishop doesn't have many squares to go to. It's trapped in a way. And he still hasn't even moved the c8 bishop, nor the f8 rook has been brought to the queen side. So it's just a very chaotic, messy position. I think Richard is enjoying this position a lot, and he's in his element. The question is there a follow-up?
Yeah, that's a good question. You know what I was thinking? How about this queen? The queen has not any single square. There's a3 square there, but how about to play rook d8 here and kick this queen all the way back? Oh, that's a blunder. Oh, Anna, this is so beautiful tactic. That's so beautiful tactic. Maybe we can ask to our chat how white wins here. It's a blunder, in fact.
Well, if you guys do your puzzle rush and your daily tactics, then you will have a good chance to spot this beautiful intentional Bottas gambit. Let's show it, Katie. I think we have given a few seconds for our viewers to figure it out, and now we can show the solution on the board. Hopefully Richard does not play rook d8 because it will be immediately refuted. So many of you are screaming the move in the chat. Thank you so much for being so big brain at these calculations. Oh my, that's an incredible tactical pattern, exploiting the weakness of the back rank.
Yeah. You guys, if you are solving puzzles or you are solving also daily puzzles, you are so aware of the problem of the back rank. And I think many of you, all of you almost, figured out why rook d8 is such a horrible move that black is losing in few moves. And the answer, you guys get it right. Queen takes c6, queen sacrifice, and we are actually getting this queen distracted, and on the back rank they're going to be a checkmate. So there is an intermediate move here, rook d1 check, but this is not really helping because another rook comes on the d file, and now this position is going to be hopeless for black. And Anna, you mentioned this rook here is now you're gonna be hanging as well. Additionally of that.
If it wasn't enough that you're getting a back rank checkmate, also your rook on top of everything is hanging.
Yeah.
What a tactical
If you somehow
pattern.
save the checkmate, then you're gonna lose rook for sure.
Yeah, this would be a disastrous blunder. I don't think Richard is going to move the rook to d8, but very important to explain why that move that looks very natural. Yeah. If the queen had to just drop back to a3, then this would be an amazing choice for black, but careful with the tactical patterns. And in this case, after rook d8, it was the black queen that was overloaded, had to be guarding both the d8 rook and the c6 knight.
Yeah. Well, we have delivered some checkmate already in this game, but in real game, this is move 21. And they are down to 25 minutes for black and 17 minutes for white. Very soon we might have here time pressure. Additionally, that there is already massive situation on the board. This time factor will bring in another spice in the position. Anna, shall we go to the next game? How about Vachier against Esipenko?
Can I just quickly request another game, because many of our viewers are pointing at that Dubov possibly has blundered. So if we could check what happened in the Dubov game, and thank you guys for being so attentive and letting us know if something strange has happened or a move that possibly wasn't the strongest. It looked like up to move 25, the position was still balanced, and we thought that Dubov is all right. We were talking about how it is a balanced position with weaknesses for both sides. And then what happened later? After move 25, rook c7, it seems
Indeed.
bishop e6 was not the best. It's not that obvious of a blunder, but it does step into d5. And after the bishop goes to g4. Oh, can you just trap the bishop, nearly trapping the bishop? If you attack it with h3, the bishop can't go to f5 because of e4, and well, you can always go back to c8, but that is almost like resignation if you have to play this position.
So bad.
So from g4,
Also, Anna, white can
Yeah.
also try to chase this rook because it's out of the
True.
moves.
It's true that that's another suspicious piece. So both the light square bishop of black and that rook on a3 are very limited in mobility. After h3, if the bishop goes to h5, it's true that white can no longer attack it, but that bishop is also not doing much on that diagonal. So in both
How about
cases,
this one and bishop?
oh, and then going for the rook. Yeah. Even if it doesn't win on the spot, it just feels like the bishop on h5 will be out of the game. So on the queen side, white is playing with an extra piece.
Yeah.
Bishop e6 seems to be the move that has caused this whole thing. What did he have to play instead of bishop e6? It's true that he stepped into d5 straight away. So he provoked the whites to start chasing the bishop. Why would he do that? What did he miss? And Vidit is now thinking whether to push h3 or play something else.
Ideas can be oh, Anna, look at this. Bishop c1 here, or other way, I don't know which one works more better. Like the point is that after these moves, you might have knights to d5, targeting b6 square to win one of those rook, or to give a check. And after giving this check, king can go on the back dark squares, but do you have bishop coming on the diagonal? This can be so bad, or it can be starting from d6 to keep this in mind. Just to start with this, and now knight d5.
There's a lot of promising options here for white, and it explains why Vidit is spending so much time, whether to push h3 or sacrifice a pawn to vacate the d5 square for the knight. I wonder which one he will go for, but it certainly feels like bishop e6 was a mistake by Daniel Dubov stepping into all of this attack. h3 has been played by Vidit. According to our engine, that's the strongest move order, questioning where will the bishop go on the h5 d1 diagonal. It's completely out of the action. It's on the board and it cannot be trapped or attacked, but it's not helping at all on the queen side. And if you go to f5, e5, e4, if you go to c8, so passive.
Yeah, that's really passive. Can you do rook c1 and take this bishop?
Oh, possibly. Aren't you winning it immediately? You have a great
let's
point.
bring it on the board. It looks funny line.
Yeah, it just shows the power of placing the pawns on the same color as the opponent's bishop, the one you're trying to restrict, because the bishop literally has nowhere to go. It's trapped. It's game over. He has to go then after h3 to h5 with the bishop, but that's the situation where the bishop will not be won, but it's also not helping at all.
Why? Wow, quite strange situation here. Another thing, what we can think for white can be this one. Anna, look at this. There's so many ideas.
Oh,
and I made no moves that I didn't like it, but we like it, right?
yeah, and maybe what he missed, and I missed too. But now when I was looking at, okay, what's the deal with this whole h3 bishop f5? If we just go back to that moment for a second, because it's one thing that I wasn't even looking at, but after if the bishop doesn't go to h5 but f5 to provoke e4. So after e4, it's true that it opens up the third rank, and black, it looks like black can take the h3 pawn because the rook is guarding the bishop, but there's knight to c2, and you can't really hold on to it. It still feels like knight c2, the rook has one square to go to d3 to keep the protection of the bishop. But the computer is just like, I don't care, and plays bishop c3. So the whole point, possibly why Dubov has gone for bishop e6, because who is going to see all this? Who is going to see that you can just give up the h3 pawn, then place your bishop on c3, and according to the computer, white is nearly winning with a pawn down.
Knight e1 or knight b4 can be a threat now to trap the rook. That's not fun. That's not fun, Anna. Like if you take with the king, and rook has no square to move.
Yeah,
and
this is the whole point of the line. But man, to calculate all this, so it feels like he wanted to provoke these pawn pushes because he thought that in the end of the line he will be able to take the pawn, so that after bishop f5 the rook has to move from b1. Then it would make sense. But the computer just refutes all of this, and I think Vidit too sees this, because once you are in this line and you notice how both the light square bishop of black and the rook on a3, as Katie pointed out, are misplaced and almost trapped, you put the pieces of the puzzle together and white is about to win material.
Yeah. Can we do this right away, like rook's bishop c1?
Bishop c1 immediately also looks very promising. Honestly, it's just such a suspicious position for black. It's very possible that there are multiple ways in which you can exploit it, because now you're right. Maybe the computer was like, here black will take on g2 and sacrifice the exchange and then take the e4 pawn and have some compensation, but doesn't feel like compensation. Dubov is in trouble. That's the official evaluation, I think.
Yeah. You know, Vidit has many options here, and he clearly has some good moves. He has to find the most precise moves, and I'm sure he can see as much as the computer at this moment, because he's fully to this game from starting very beginning and now. And sometimes you just feel the position, you feel all the pieces, you know that the rook is bad there, you know that the bishop will be hanging on h3, and he can figure it out, of course. And good thing for him is that he has enough time for this about 25 minutes to figure it out what's going on in here.
Yeah, and this is move 20, wait a second.
It's 27.
27, so still 13 more moves to be played until the time control at move 40. After completing move 40, the players receive an additional half an hour. But it's one of those situations where you know that if you spend more time here, it's such a critical decision. He can calculate it till almost the end of winning an exchange. So you need to spend time here, and it will, if he sees that line, he will be winning material.
Yeah. Let's leave Vidit in here and go to the game of Aronian and Keymer. Aronian managed to win this endgame, and he becomes now a real leader of his group.
Yeah, this game has been an absolute masterpiece of domination in an endgame, rook and bishop, completely dominating rook and knight because of the activity of both the rook and how this bishop on d6 is cutting the board into two. The black king and the rest of the pieces are struggling to even find moves, and let alone activity, but just to continue making moves, you barely have any options. And what happened in the game is what you predicted, Katie, that black cannot do much. You cannot abandon the back rank. So even though the d4 pawn seems like a target, you can never move your rook away from the c5 because of rook a8.
Yeah. And slowly white pushed the pawns and the king on the king side. Look at this, just looking for some weaknesses, and white has enough forces to create a weakness here, and poor rook had to play all these moves and cannot go anywhere else but just to come back next to the king. And let's see how this game ended. g4, f4, takes, g5, and f5.
Wow.
What a beautiful breakthrough.
Yes, a pawn sacrifice that will either create a G or E pass pawn, and those pawns are unstoppable. What a finish to an extremely well played game. That is the leader of Group C, Levon Aronian, now on 2.5 points out of 3. And because it's a double round robin, he's going to have in the next 3 rounds the exact same opponents. Again, he scored another 2.5 points or even 3. He's certainly in great shape.
Yeah, he's in very good shape, and this is a very difficult breakthrough here mostly in the end game. Sometimes also happens in the middle game, and the main reason is that even though this square is controlled by 2 of black's pawns, you're gonna get one of the pass pawns, and it's gonna be really, even in this position, black has nothing against rook comes on the other side, the king side, and tries to checkmate.
Extremely instructive endgame by Levon Aronian. The youngest participant of the Grand Prix, Vincent Keymer, could not hold a draw. He has been doing really well in the previous 2 rounds. He has not had a single issue in his games, but today it was the real test of the very experienced Levon Aronian, former world number 2 and a child prodigy. I guess I can no longer call him child prodigy, but former child prodigy, now 17-year-old Vincent Keymer. He couldn't do it today.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate, but he has still a lot of rounds to go, and another leg as well, so he has all the time to shine, and he's playing at home surrounded by a lot of supporters. So let's wish him a strong and very fast recovery for next rounds. But Anna, look at this position, how this happened. Okay, you cannot see you guys yet, but we're gonna get there. And this is still our line. So after knight g5, here Hikaru played knight e7. So I think he wanted to go to d5, but as you mentioned, it was maybe better to control the open files first and then to do it, because at some point white's rooks got on 7 rank. Look at this.
Yeah, it looks.
And now this.
It looks
black can
suspicious.
still save, bishop g2 or bishop d5. The pawn, but
yeah, it looks like white with this temporary piece sacrifice. So white has given up a piece on b7 to then get the rook to c7. You are winning the piece back because both minor pieces on the 7th rank are hanging. But it's true that black can take on g2 to get the pawn back. It's just a question of, is it worth it? Because if you do sacrifice the bishop, rook takes e7 is a question, or after king takes g2, the knight is still hanging. So you need to move it or guard it. And white has the pair of bishops. I think this is the position that Grischuk wants. He wants Hikaru to win the pawn back, because then he's dominating with the pair of bishops and this really strong rook. So is there anything else? Can Hikaru do something
How about
other
bishop
than taking.
d5 with either,
Yeah.
like, for instance, you take, I take. I want to play rook bishop b3 now to win a piece.
It certainly feels better for Hikaru's position to keep the bishop on the board. So I'm sure he's considering whether to move the bishop to d5 or bishop. I guess he has bishop c6 too. But bishop d5, I think you've got a great point. Get it. Why not try to grab the a2 pawn?
Mm-hmm. Oh, even more, Anna. How about bishop e4 here? Let's be more greedy.
Ah, you want to play bishop c2 and win the bishop. Why not?
Yeah.
Wait, is there something here? Because the bar is like, this is fine.
Yeah, bar is frozen. Come on, bar. Go all the way up. No, go all the way down. We just try to win a piece. Oh, sorry.
Maybe not e4, but there's got to be something here. What a strange position if there is still something that white can do. Is it because... Wait, there are back rank issues. That's true.
Yeah.
But how do you exploit it?
I'm thinking maybe it's about bishop here, Anna. How about just move away and then to play bishop here, and those pieces are also hanging.
You're right that it's only a temporary win of the bishop, and the a7 bishop is in trouble too. Plus the back rank will still be an issue for the future. This is so chaotic though, for how symmetrical this endgame was, and it felt like it's just slightly better for Grischuk. Not much is going on. Now it has become very concrete, and maybe if Hikaru spots a way to go for this bishop e4 line or bishop d5, take the pawn, it might even be the case that he can find something that will give him a bit of the upper hand and the initiative, because then he would play on if he finds something.
Yeah, it can be. But look at this position. For instance, white can play bishop a5 to force black to trade the rooks. The threat is bishop f3. The a7 bishop will be hanging, and white's rook is very active here. White's rook is already on the 7th rank. You cannot get on d file because bishop controls. If you get on c file, I can always come back with the bishop to cut this rook coming on the 1st rank. So it kind of feels slightly pleasant for white to have the rook on the 7th rank.
Yeah. Do you want to hear something funny, Kitty?
Oh, yes.
The computer gives as the main option for Hikaru, and I wonder if Hikaru will be calculating this, in the position of the rook c7. According to the engine, one of the main things Hikaru should be thinking is, I place my bishop on c6, so I allow my opponent to take my knight on e7, and then instead of me wanting to grab a piece or a pawn, I just move my other bishop to b6 to make sure that this rook on e7 cannot get out of e7, and I slightly am threatening king f8, which wouldn't win the rook yet because of bishop b4. So I also am planning to push my pawn to a5, and then I'm threatening king f8. What do you think?
That's our beautiful looking rook on the 7th rank can be trapped.
Oh my, if he plays this, that's gonna be a shocker to Grischuk, because he went for this line to create this very strong rook on the 7th. We all know how powerful a rook can be on the 7th, but if he can't play those,
No, this guy has an engine in his brain, and it's official. Yesterday, this beautiful tactic that he saw, that moves ahead, now bishop c6. And you know, that was a trap. It's just not like one move. He made this trap, I think, from 97, because white's next moves are so obvious. Here, knight takes here, and look at this one, bishop c6. This actually forces white to take the knight, right? And
you've got to take it. And after bishop b6, it's not like the rook is going to be trapped immediately, but the idea is to push a5, and then king f8 is a big threat. Wow.
What a shock. Grischuk has only 6 minutes, according to our clocks. This this might not be the move you want to see right now if you're Grischuk.
Absolutely not. And I see that some of you are pointing out, oh, but it's obvious that the rook can be trapped on the 7th. It's obvious once the engine points out and we have put it on the board, but you need to think that from the starting position, black is down a pawn. Your first thought usually is to try to win the material back. Your second thought, or even before thinking about the pawn, can I win that bishop on d2? So there were so many other things he had to consider. It's not just that, oh yeah, now the rook is in trouble. There was a lot going on. And then you need to come to the conclusion that I have the time to make these two tiny bishop moves, and white can't do much about me pushing the pawn to a5 and playing king f8.
Yeah,
it's a very slow plan, but it works.
Yeah, it's so unrealistic plan to trap the rook that we were so proud of, having this rook on the 7th rank. And Anna, is there a way that we can save this poor bishop there, rook there? Can we go rook b4?
Yeah, bishop to b4, as pointed out by many of you, is certainly what white should be thinking, because then it would solve the issue of this whole hanging rook. So let's see what happens after the trade, Ketty. Bishop b4, rook takes d1 seems to be the very obvious move. And after bishop takes d1, I think it's just simply the fact that now the rook can come to d8 with a tempo. And
I have no patience. Wait. I want to win right away. Bishop d8.
Oh no, wait, of course. Who needs king f8 when you can win the rook with the bishop? The bishop on c6 is so strong. It guards the e8 square, the d7 square, the b7 square. You know, now bishop b4 is losing on the spot. And I wanted to bring the rook first and then do this. No, Katie, you are right. Bishop d8 wins on the spot. Ooh, you can't play bishop b4.
Wow, 5 minutes according to our clock. If this is not right, it's very, very, very close, because sometimes I know we're not having the exact time which they have, but obviously Grischuk has here some time issue as well, and the main issue here is a rook on e7. He needs to save that rook.
Yeah. Oh my. Let's see if he finds a way to save the position. As we said, king f8 is not an immediate threat, but the slow preparation of that move, a5 and then king f8, seems to be just very annoying.
Yeah.
And if you want to prevent a5, it moves like b4, then you have taken away the square from the bishop, so king f8 wins on the spot.
And so good, Anna, that we just learned about these bishop moves before he made the move, because it could be really weird. Our reactions could be really weird, like bishop c6. Why?
I know, but I was wondering if Hikaru will play it, because there were so many other bishop moves that were promising. Bishop d5 was promising, bishop e4 was promising, and apparently the slowest looking one, just bishop c6, bishop b6, is the strongest.
Yeah, they are amazing. And we do have at our stream the theme of crocodile eyes, which is connected to the bishops when they are just, you know, down there waiting for the target to come and appear, and they're controlling so much sides and the squares. And that's actually what reminds me these bishops are crocodile eyes, and we do have them here.
I like it. I like this crocodile eye theme. I have not heard of it before, and I'm learning a lot today. The crocodile eyes. Grischuk eventually has made a move. He played king f1, which was the suggestion of the computer too, as the only way, almost the only way to hang in there. So there will be no back rank issues when now he moves the rook away from d1. I think his idea is to now play rook c1, attack the c6 bishop before Hikaru can attack the rook. This is a mess.
Okay, so king f1 was played because rook d2 and rook e2, and then a checkmate on the back rank is not hanging anymore, and he can freely move the rook away.
Yeah, we can quickly show the difference, because that makes a a very big difference when you move rook c1. So it was not possible. Earlier, both bishops are hanging, and now both bishops are hanging again, but black is the one with the back rank checkmate.
Yeah.
The king on f1, this is not possible. So suddenly rook c1 should be playable. a5 played by Hikaru instantly to prevent bishop b4. He's threatening king f8 right now.
Yeah, and can we do after rook c1? Can we do still rook f8 because bishop on d2 is still hanging?
Yeah, king f8 still needs to be considered. And I wonder what's the way out for Grischuk.
Like this to win an exchange. If you take the bishop, I'll take the bishop. White has a pawn for exchange and the active rook, and maybe White can try to hold that position. Let's get there once again. It's our line.
It feels like it's bound to happen that Grischuk loses the rook on e7, but will get a bishop in return. And he's already up a pawn. So a bishop and a pawn to try to compensate for the rook. It's true that he will have the pair of bishops. So that does give hope, the pair of bishops.
Wow, that's really nicely played. Two games in a row. That's very impressive for our viewers who have seen those 2 games of Hikaru. The first game was very, very fast draw, Anna, and it was a Berlin. I think it was very much dedicated to city itself, Berlin, as a tournament is happening there. And then, now this game and the last game was truly the very nice ones.
Yeah, very well played game in the previous round with that bishop takes f6 by Hikaru. And even this game where it was Grischuk who sacrificed the piece temporarily to get the rook to the 7th rank. It looked promising for white, but it seems it's backfiring. He has just played rook c1, and that confirms that he will have to give up an exchange. So king f8 is going to win the rook on e7. I mean, at least we don't see a way of white getting away. But it might be just the case, Katie, as you pointed out, that he will take on c6, and after king takes e7, he'll move the bishop away, let's say bishop c3, and white has a bishop and a pawn for the rook.
Yeah.
Which is playable with the pair of bishops, and quite some activity. The g7 pawn at some point could be taken if black does not do anything.
Get out of this.
Yeah, maybe it's not possible yet because it will be somehow trapped.
b5, right? And we just dropped the bishop. We dropped
yeah,
another bishop.
Yeah, even if you don't have means to attack it immediately, but it feels like suspicious that the bishop is so restricted. But Grischuk is going really low on time. I know it's normal for him, but if the position is difficult already, to play it precisely. Yeah.
Yes, and Anna, it can be also some moves like c8, not forcing moves, or something the bishop goes somewhere like on d5, just to not to get into the end game where the opponent can still fight for something. The bishop is also hanging. This bishop is hanging, and then the pawn is hanging as well. So, how about takes and then takes, and this bishop and the b2 pawn are hanging, or we really want to go for a bigger advantage?
That's promising too, for sure. There's plenty of lines to calculate here for Hikaru.
Okay, there is bishop f3 here. Yeah.
I wonder if he's gonna go. Oh, I was gonna say, I wonder if he's gonna go for king f8 or something else. He went for something else, but not capturing on g2. He wants to keep this bishop on the board, bishop e4. And Grischuk insists that this bishop needs to leave the long diagonal. Rook c4.
Rook c4, he made this move. Seems like he's struggling on time. He has very minutes or even seconds on the clock, because he instantly played rook c4.
But now with bishop d5 to keep the bishop on the diagonal and attack the rook, I'm guessing Grischuk simply will move the rook to f4 to attack f7, so that Black doesn't have time to win the rook. It's still very messy if Hikaru doesn't give up the f7 pawn, but let's say pushes it.
Yeah.
Very intense situation when it comes to Grischuk down to 57 seconds and hanging in there by a thread, not losing that rook or exchange.
Yeah. Also, we have to mention how good and how well Grischuk is playing. Find out King f1 with such a low time on the clock. It's just incredible. He's finding all the ways to save the game without even time.
Yeah, it feels like he doesn't need time. Honestly, they could just play blitz or bullet. Who needs classical time control? And I guess he's got a point. He has proved multiple times at the World Rapid and Blitz Championship that he's very good at fast time controls. It's just always surprising and amazing at the same time to see how he constantly can prove himself to be that good under this much pressure on the clock and on the board. Because yesterday too, he was in trouble on the board too, not just on the clock. And he survived.
It was painful.
Yeah.
It was painful to remember. But then the moment he got the chance, he used that chance like the best way anyone could use.
Yeah. Of course, yesterday it was also the mistake from his opponent's side. You do need to be given a chance, as you said, Katie. Well, he grabbed it and then he never let it go. I wonder if it's a similar situation today. Although we can't really claim that Hikaru had a decisive advantage. It just felt like Grischuk's position with that rook on e7 is really, really unpleasant when you don't have much time and you need to figure out the only way to not lose material. Yeah. And he did. Although he could have lost the exchange, like instead of moving the bishop to e4, or even now I guess the same feeling about the position that you always have king f8, give up the bishop on e4, take the rook on e7, but it will still be the same that white has a bishop and a pawn for the rook.
Yeah. He's taken some time. 23 moves have been played. Rook c4 is 23rd move. So they have to play a lot of moves still before the increment. It's like 17 more moves. So, you know, in time trouble, some huge mistakes might happen.
Yeah. Normally I would be there like, oh yeah, now the bar will be like going up and down because it's time trouble. But both of these players are so good at fast time controls too that I think it's just normal for them to play the rest of the game in blitz or bullet mode.
Yeah, exactly. When you have like no time on the clock, you're fully focused. You're also using your opponent's time. When your opponent is thinking, you're also taking that as your time and thinking, because these lines at this stage, so it's dynamic, but there are some moves that you can also just predict what the opponent can play, right? So you're using this time and you're fully focused and I'm sure they are not even blinking the eyes now and are very focused in this game. And that's why they are keeping to choose the best moves even when the seconds are on the clock.
Yeah, it has been very impressive from both sides, because it was Grischuk who went for the temporary piece sacrifice to get the rook to the 7th, and he had to recognize that that rook is no longer a good one. It's about to be trapped, and he's finding a way to give himself enough compensation for losing that rook.
As Hikaru is taking his time, maybe we can very quickly get to the game which has been ended, and this is Dominguez against Harikrishna. And this game has been ended in a draw after Rook F2. We had some repetition, some check, and they have just decided that was not more than a draw. So here we have another game ended.
Yeah, this is the game where we said earlier that even though White had a pair of bishops, the position was very close, so it actually wasn't favoring much the bishops. And for both sides, it was just very difficult to make progress. If you do want to open up the position on the queen side or king side, you are taking a risk that your own position will become too vulnerable too.
Yeah, and now we're seeing the moves. As you can see, there's not any mistake here from the side, and they very quickly ended in a draw in this position, as they believe that there's no way to improve it. Hikaru is still thinking, as I can see, and maybe meanwhile we can go to the other game. For instance, Vachier-Lagrave and Fedoseev, they don't have much of the pieces on the board, so maybe we can very quickly see this one too. Knight b4 was the last move we have seen. So now White found the move bishop g4. This led to some Rook f4, beautiful.
Nice.
What?
Okay.
I was not ready for this move.
Very pretty though, undermining the defense of the f4 rook, which was already hanging, but then the d2 rook was also in trouble. Goodness me.
So here we have Black decided to capture that and then come back once again to pin the knight, and knight is a hero here. I think if Fedoseev saves the game, he has to be thankful to this knight, because look at this one. Wow. And we get the end game where Black has an extra pawn, but the game is now on the queen's side, and unless Black can drop this knight, which seems not very realistic, this might end in a draw.
Yes, extra pawn for Wojtaszek, but it's just not enough material left on the board. In situations like this, White could even achieve an endgame scenario where you are able to trade this B pawn for the A pawn of your opponent. And then if you are in trouble, you can still sacrifice your knight for the remaining pawn of Black, because rook and knight versus rook is a theoretical draw.
Yes, so this might be another missed win from Wojtaszek, and it can also start to be a bit annoying for him that he has some chances, he plays very well, and at some point he's missing these chances.
Yeah, just like yesterday, it felt like today too, he had a big chance if instead of taking on f4, he had pushed the pawn to e4. He must have thought that this line was even better than the central pawn push, but he certainly will be regretting not going for the other line. So it's very likely that it will end in a draw. He will still be the leader of Group B, but 2.5 points or even 3 out of 3 would have been very impressive for a player that didn't even know he was going to be playing here. He's here because Dingleren couldn't get his visa, unfortunately, and he's not able to participate, which is very sad.
Yeah, Wojtaszek knew about like 2 days before or 3 days before the event, and the day he knew, next day he just packed the bag and take a flight, and he was already in Berlin. So that's the story how he got in this tournament. Anna, let's get to the game of Dubov and Vidit. Seems like Vidit got an exchange, but we have to figure out how this really happened.
Yeah, we left this game a couple of moves ago when there were still a few more pieces on the board and this weird bishop and rook situation.
Okay, he chose the bishop c1. As you mentioned, knight c2 was more accurate here.
Oh, that's the engine, not me. I did not see any of that. This is a mess.
Bishop c3, and there's no way that Black can save this bishop and has to give up for exchange. And the idea is that White is keeping the pawn. What happened in the game is that Vidit went for bishop c1 right away, and then black took e4 pawn, and that gave some chances to Dubov to go ahead and still play and save this game. Knight c4, and then d6. Oof! Look at this. If you take, I'm gonna get on the back rank, and the bishop will be trapped. Look at this, Anna.
Beautiful motif. The pin on the back rank and even king g7 cannot save the day because this d6 pawn is in the way.
Yeah, so after d6, black has to play e6, otherwise you just take this pawn and then queen. And now we have rook d1, very important move. If you push d7, black rook we're gonna get from back and control this pawn. So rook d1 first, guarding this pawn, and we know what's white's next moves.
It just feels like almost resignation time, because who's gonna stop that pass pawn? If you need to give up the bishop for it, it's already a full rook up for white.
Yeah, beautiful, beautifully played by Vidit. And as so many things are happening, we have to very quickly switch to the game of Grischuk and Hikaru. Rook is off the board, so let's take a look what happened.
It was the case that after rook c4 with the hanging bishops, Hikaru now decides to attack the rook. And we reach the position that we were talking about, that Grischuk will be down on exchange, but he's got a bishop and the pawn to compensate. And it's a pair of bishops, so you need to take them seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but in the lines that we were considering, I remember the rook was on c6, attacking the bishop. I think this is better for black to have the rook on e4. At least the bishop is not under attack. And now rook gets on c8.
The rooks are on the two open files. Very natural way of bringing activity to the heavy pieces. At the same time, there's no entry square neither on the d file nor on the c file. The c file being blocked by the c3 bishop, and the d file. If we just take a look one by one on the squares that are available, d1, d2, d3, d4, you cannot get to any of them because of the bishops.
Yeah, and also c5, this bishop is really strong to cut that file. Rook e4 was played, most like rook sacrifices to get some pawn, and then to try to win might be a little bit too much, because we do have the opposite color bishop, and it might end in a draw in long term. So I don't think Hikaru at this point is considering to sacrifice back the exchange. How he's going to guard a5 pawn though?
That's a great question. It's got to be a rook on the 5th rank, but which one? Sorry, I'm about to sneeze. It's allergy times, but I'm with you, Katie.
Yes.
That pawn weakness makes me allergic. I guess rook d5.
Pawn weakness?
Exactly. Weak pawns, weak squares bring out my allergies. I need these players to take better care of the pawn structure.
It would be really good if you have some sort of like reactions, natural reactions to chess. Like imagine how deeply you are in the game.
Fully immersed. Honestly, that pawn, it had to be guarded, and rook d5 is the only way to go, because the other rook move would have been blocking the bishop on b6 and also stepping into a potential bishop d4, not immediately because of the check on c1, but it just doesn't feel right to move that bishop in front of, to move the rook in front of the bishop.
Yeah, you can go like king g2 to threat that move, and black has to now again move away this rook. So for this reason here, Hikaru played like, I don't have to calculate all of these things, so I'm gonna go the right rook right away. King g2 is on the board.
Yeah, and it's just not easy to make progress because of those bishops guarding so many crucial squares. I think this will be one of those cases where, even though Hikaru has a rook versus a bishop and a pawn, there's not much room to make progress. You will need to open up the position for the rooks, but how do you do it?
Yeah. Maybe black can try to trade the dark square bishops, like at least to get this bishop out of the c file. But on the way, a5 pawn is hanging, so black should not really lose that one. So move like rook a8 might run into b4. So complicated position. Seems like white can try to hold the position for now.
Yeah, it certainly feels like that. I'm just checking on the move number. H3 was move 29, so there's still 11 more moves to be played to reach the time control and get an additional half an hour. But it's just a normal Grischuk game in that sense. 10, 11 more moves with no time, 45 seconds on the clock. There's an increment though. Living off of the increment has been the story for Grischuk for most of his career.
Yes, but still they have to make 12 more moves, right? And moves like h6 and h3, they're gonna run out with that one, and maybe they can start to repeat the moves like bishop here, bishop back, or king goes back and forward. Because I'm sure none of the side wants to change any pawn structure right now, something like f5 or f4.
Yeah, certainly Grischuk will not want to be pushing those pawns. Hikaru, if he finds the right moment to do it, he would, because he needs to open the position up further. Rook c5. This is looking at that bishop on c3, but even after trading there, the endgame is opposite colored bishops with a rook each.
And black don't even have extra pawn, right? So this might not be the right moment.
Yeah, I think it's just to keep that option alive, but might not be an actual threat.
We have the game Vidit Dubov ended. We can take a look what happened after rook d1. That's the last moment we saw here. Dubov decided to take on a2, and he didn't really stop the pawn coming to queen. And then they played a couple more moves.
With the rook down, it's not very easy to defend, so he resigned after f4. Yeah. What a game by Vidit Gudrat. It's his first win in the tournament after a difficult start and a loss. So now he's back on 50%. And for Dubov, not the best of times, because it felt like he was fine in reality, and that bishop e6, he was provoking Vidit to push the pawns. He must have miscalculated or misevaluated that situation with the very awkward bishop and rook on a3.
Yeah, it's very likely that he missed one of those moves, h3 or e4, or bishop c1 here, which leads this position where Vidit gave no chance with this moves d6, and then just to promote the pawn to the queen, and this is it's just simply winning position. So Dubov had to resign. Another game has been ended, and this is Asipenko. He managed to win, so maybe you can take a look at this game too.
Yeah, the moment we left it felt still very complex. I wonder where it went wrong.
Yeah, it was move 20, bishop d7 was the last move we saw. And look at this knight g1, as he suggested to improve the position of the knights. That's what Asipenko also did. Bishop e8, we also thought that it could be a good idea to bring this bishop on that diagonal. And here we have this move. Rook goes on a file. And then bishop captures c4 knight. White went a little bit passive at the beginning, but then rook c8 seems to be a blunder, right? This gives white a big advantage.
Yeah, the knight was heading towards c6 anyway, it seems, but Bakro might have not found a better way to continue. Now with the rook coming to a7 and this b5 pass pawn. Oof.
Oh no, he had to take this rook. He had to take this rook. Oh, wow. You know what? If you don't do that, if you don't take that rook, I can play rook king d2 and rook a1 and drop your queen.
It's crazy how the queen has run out of squares. It's completely trapped. And the bishop that I was praising, if the bishop gets to e4, in other games too, I was highlighting how strong it can be.
Yeah.
But now that bishop, even though it looks really pretty, it has nothing to do with what's going on the queen side, because there's a pawn in between on d5 and the long diagonal is not available for the bishop. You can't even push the pawn because the bishop on e4 would be hanging. So sadly for black, it's as if you played that queen side attack of white with a piece down.
Yes, and additionally, white has this very strong pawn here. So queen d7, targeting e6 pawn with a check. And after c3, here we had a resignation. I don't have more moves. Yeah.
Very good game by Andrei Yasipenko. And it felt like back row was always under pressure, but it wasn't that big of an advantage until just recently when the knight landed on c6, and then suddenly everything is an issue for black. The rook coming to a7, the pass pawn, the power of this knight on c6. Extremely impressive how it went from a slightly better position for white to decisive advantage a few moves later.
Yeah. Anna, you'll be very surprised to tell you that the game of Grischuk and Hikaru ended in a draw before the time increment. So let's figure it out. What happened? I thought that this game could like continue after increment time, but they decided that it was enough, and it was not that black could fight for more than a draw. Oh,
he did go for it, the capture, but I guess because he didn't find more than a draw. That you take on c3 if you just want to simplify and end the game.
Yeah. So yeah, black here made decision to make a draw, and after king e4 it was a draw offer, and black accept that. So a lot of games are down already. So we do have 5 results, already 3 decisive results we have today. So we were talking about this earlier, that we usually have like last 2 rounds we had 3 decisive results and 5 draws, but for now we already have 3. So very likely another game can also end with a result. So for instance, this one, look at these pawns.
Oh my, yeah, Richard Rappert's pawns on the king side look very powerful, although it was for quite some material sacrificed. If we take a look at what's left on the board, white has an extra rook. I had to double check if I'm counting the pieces right, because maybe an exchange, but it's a full rook. Oh, Mr. Rapport, you're very brave. You're much braver than I would ever be.
Yeah, that's really impressive, right? He wants to push h3, g2, and just to promote that pawn.
That is the threat. So I'm guessing white will eventually need to give a rook back for the bishop and pawn on h2. But even then, it's still a piece up for white.
Can black do something like rook h8 to guard this pawn and then try to get this knight on f1 or g4 to push h2? Yeah, this can happen. Let's say this knight gets closer, knight attacks the rook, and now this one. And after f5, there's knight g3 move.
And it's white who needs to be careful with the extra piece on the board. It's crazy how white starts out with a full rook up. Well, there's a couple of pawns for it, but it is a rook. And then even with this situation, giving back some of the material, extra piece on the board. But those knights are so far. That's the whole point, that the action is happening on the king side. Those pass pawns are about to promote.
and you have two knights on the extreme opposite side. We know that knights are short-range pieces. It's going to take plenty of moves to bring them back.
Yeah, that's too much of the moves, and black's pawns are so ready to be queen. Shall we see what happened in this game from the moment we saw it? No, that's not the moment. I think that's the moment. Bishop, yeah, that's the moment. We left rook f1. So g6 here, black went for g6. That's probably a very deep move. After long of thoughts, he made this decision. And now we have rook e3, rook f3, and knight e5. No, bishop takes g5. So he decided to give up an exchange and to grab some pawns on the king side. Now we have some trades of the queens, and he went for another pawn. Look at this. He decided to give up the bishop, but to push the pawn as far as possible.
Wow.
And takes, and here we have h3. White decided to give up the rook for a bishop and to have this endgame. He has not captured h2 yet.
He might consider changing the move order, that he brings the knight first because he can take on h2 next move too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, knight c5. He decided to take knight into the game first. And another game has been ended. Fedoseev against Wojtaszek ended in a draw. That looked endgame looked really drawish.
Yeah, that was an extra pawn for Wojtaszek, but it felt like it could have been even more. He was very close to another decisive advantage and win in Group B.
Yes. So we do have two remaining games, and I think we're gonna have results in any like in maybe even both. Look at the bar in the game of Wesley So and Alexei Shirov. We have not seen that game much today.
Yeah,
maybe it's time
there's
to
been
say.
so much going on. There's been so much that we couldn't come back to Wesley's game, but he has a decisive advantage. So let's take a look at this current situation after the trade on f5. So in terms of material, it's already an extra pawn for Wesley. He can take on f5 either with the pawn or with the rook. If rook takes, he's attacking the a5 pawn with 3 of his pieces.
Yeah.
And f6, f6, a5. How do you hold on to everything? I guess the answer is you cannot. Shirov is in a big trouble here. There was already a tough endgame, but now this is going to be a second pawn that drops.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is move 41, so it gives Vasily very good situation to have an increment and to have also a winning position. As you mentioned, the pawn is already extra and another pawn will be gone. Black has to save f6 pawn because it's also a threat to win an exchange. And when black saves that pawn, a5 pawn will be also hanging. So white can take another pawn.
Yeah, this is now thinking time for Shirov. He plays rook d6 to guard f6, but a5 will be taken, and it's just a very big advantage being 2 pawns up in an endgame, and black doesn't really have any activity to compensate, not even slightly, for the material down. I think we will take a short break before all this will conclude in the capture of the a5 pawn, but we will leave it on the screen for all of you to see the remaining 2 positions, and we will be back in a few minutes to see the final action in round 3. We are covering here the FIDE Grand Prix, but what is at stake is 2 spots at the candidates tournament, which will take place this June in Madrid. My beloved Madrid. I definitely will try to visit in person, but you can watch it online thanks to chess.com's coverage, which will be taking place in all of the platforms you already know, with the top players: Fabiano Caruana, Alireza Firouzja, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Jan Krzysztof Duda, and the rest of the crew. 8 players in total, battling it out for a chance to face the world champion Magnus Carlsen. This is the most important tournament in every Super Grandmaster's lives, and we are still yet to figure out who will be the last 2 players to participate. Ketty, what is your prediction? Again, who will be the 2 players from the FIDE Grand Prix series, now taking place in Berlin and with 2 more legs to go? What is your call? Are you sticking to what you said at the start of the event, or will you change your mind after today's games?
I'll stick with my players for sure, but I think that Aronian is the one who is really going to that direction to get one empty spot that candidates tournament still has.
I think Aronian is definitely very impressive in this event, but a reminder that they need to play extremely well in 2 of the 3 legs of the FIDE Grand Prix, and that will give them the overall points to qualify to the candidates tournament with only 2 spots left in the field. It's a tough one. It's a tough one, and for Dingler, and even tougher because he couldn't make it to Berlin.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate, and seems like many tournaments has been missed by the Chinese players. Also, World Rapid Blitz was without them. Let's hope that the COVID situation will be better for next year at least, and let's send all the greetings and the warm wishes to Dingler and also Andrekin, who had to drop the tournament, which can be a dream of many, to play at the Grand Prix, to qualify to the candidates, which is the way to get to World Championship match.
Yeah, it's certainly a heartbreak for the 2 players that had to drop out, and they will not have a chance to qualify with only 1 event to play in these 3 legs. So I am really curious if Hikaru, as he mentioned on his stream, if he gets a chance, will he pass it on to Ding to compensate for him not being able to come? And for that, of course, Hikaru first needs to win this event and qualify at the next leg too.
Yeah, I also wonder that, and I think all of us wondered that if it's gonna happen. So for that, Hikaru has to qualify and get the best out of the 2 legs that he gonna play in Europe. So Shirov is down to seconds, Anna, what I see on the clock. I don't know if this is the accurate code. Maybe it's not inaccurate because this is move 42. They just got an increment, and very likely they have enough time now.
I think the clock will update now or within the next few seconds. We hope he did not lose on time. They have completed move 40, so he has an extra half an hour, as well as Wesley. So that's why they started spending more time. Fortunately for Shirov, the extra time doesn't mean a better situation for survival. The pawn on h7 is hanging, as well as the pawn on a5, and he is already a pawn down. So second pawn is about to drop, and this is decisive advantage for Wesley in this endgame.
Yep, seems to be really tough field for Shirov. If he loses this game, that's going to be 2nd loss in a row. So very hard to have such a start. What do you say, Anna? Can we see the game? Maybe we can see another game first, because it's already very end of the game, and then we can take a look what happened here, because we have not seen much in this game.
Exactly. The only other game that's still on the way is Oparin against Rapport, and that was a crazy endgame where Richard Rapport first sacrificed an exchange and then a full rook, and it was only compensated by the strength of his pass pawns. But those pass pawns were so strong White had to give back some material too. And the current situation, the board has been wiped off of pieces, and it's only a rook and 2 pawns versus 2 knights and a pawn. What is this, Katie?
Yeah, that's really well said, and it was some pieces before. It was so crazy that pawns going and the 2 rooks, but we don't have now much of the pieces, and I think those 2 pawns are very strong, and black can start to push those pawns like f5, king f6, e5, and then so on and so on. On the other hand, white also can push the pawn forward and try to sacrifice the knight if one pawn goes too much and advance too much, and then try to promote another pawn. So I feel like I would choose black here, but I kind of have a feeling that this game can end in a draw.
Yeah, I would also predict a draw. The funny thing is, if white's pass pawn was really advanced, so advanced that you need to give up your full rook for that pawn, it would leave white with 2 knights, and 2 knights would be a draw against a king if you only have a king. But if black has a pawn or 2 and you get to block them in the right position, you might find a way to force black into a situation where you almost stalemate, but eventually get a checkmate. So it's very complex, but because 2 knights would be theoretically draw against an empty board, so only a king, this is not a scenario because black still has pawns as well. Of course, the pawn is nowhere near promotion. So we are just talking about if situations.
What if? Yes.
But it's interesting that the pawns would help white in case of getting the 2 knights versus a pawn or 2.
Yeah, recently we have seen 2 knights winning against king and a pawn. That happened in online chess in Title Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. Hikaru managed to win with 2 knights. That was really impressive. But that's not very often happening, that you have 2 knights in the end of the game, because I think knights are the first pieces which are most likely to be traded at the beginning. True. And then rooks are the latest one. So yeah, it's not very often happening. And here we have one of quite unusual end games with 2 knights, both knights remaining in the end game.
Let's see how this will continue. But for now, king f6 will be helping the king situation, and also to push that e pawn, because black will want to be advancing his pass pawns too. And then maybe it's white who has to give up one of the knights if that pawn becomes too advanced and you need to prevent the promotion.
Yeah, that's so artificial looking move, like, right? The king f6, just to stand in front of the pawn. I thought he would push f5 pawn first and then gonna take the king and help the pawn, e pawn, to be pushed. But what's the idea behind this?
Yeah, it is true that it's slowing down the advance of the other pawn, but maybe it was that Richard felt the need to bring the king first so that he can also counter the push of the c pawn, the pass pawn of white.
Yeah, that can be very nice idea. First to bring the king to control c pawn, and then try to push the pawns, because those pawns are helping each other, right? In most of the positions, and that's why they are so strong to be connected pass pawns. So Report's idea might be to get this king first on the queen side. Oh, Anna, here's a question. Can you tell us how to pronounce Richard's name? Like it's really is, because we were talking about this with Robert earlier, and there is a feature on Chess.com where you can hear how the players' last names are sound. Like, what's the sound of their last name? Yes.
Wait, I haven't heard of this feature yet. Where do I check it? How do I do that, Katie?
Chess.com/players, and you have a name of the players by the rating. And then if you want to find yourself, you have to put your name, dot, and your last name.
So I search by surname and it would show Rapport. And if I click on Richard Rapport's profile, I can hear how to pronounce his name. Oh, wait, there's an audio clip. I didn't know about this feature. Let me listen in. It's correct.
It's correct. So
Yes. The only thing that's not correct that in Hungarian language we swap the order. We say the surname first and then the first name. So his name in Hungary and Hungarian would be Rapport Richard.
yeah, this Richard part was so strange for us to say it or not to say it, because Richard sounds more like more international. So it's a Richard. Rapport.
Richard. Okay. It's a bit strange, but and for nickname it would still be Richie. So we do use the ch sound as well when it's a nickname, but not the official first name, Richard.
Okay, good to know that. Good to know that.
I'm sure he appreciates that we are trying to learn the proper pronunciation. In terms of Oparin, yeah, I think that's as close as I can get to the proper pronunciation, Grigory Oparin. I'm not sure where the emphasis is. I studied Russian, but it's sometimes confusing when there's O and not all O's are pronounced equally, like the word milk. If we are going into linguistics and that's got 3 O's in Russian, but only one is like the one with emphasis. Yeah, languages are cool, but also difficult.
It is. Yesterday was such a tragic moment for me when I said Oparino instead of Oparino. At the moment I understood.
You're making it Portuguese almost. Oparino. Yes. Ronaldinho or Brazilian could be too.
Yes, happens. Yes, it happens, and I think that's okay to make mistakes sometimes. I hope that's okay, Anna. All right, so white pushes now the pawn, black pushes the pawn as well, and this can get once again really sharp and dynamic situation if both of them are going to push the pawns forward.
Yeah, it still is not impressing the evaluation bar. It's just staying there at the 50% approximately, and it's likely to lead to a draw, but still both players need to be very precise because of the fact that they each have passed pawns. Knights are tricky pieces. No time pressure here, so that takes away some of the error factor that one could misstep, or I guess no mouse slips over the board, but you can still touch accidentally the wrong piece and you need to move with it. So touch piece does count, maybe as a similar situation to mouse slip.
Yes. All right, how about to get to the game of Vasily and Alexei? So here Vasily managed to capture another pawn on h7, and additionally he has a pass pawn on the h-file.
Very sad story for Shirov this game because of now the second pawn that has fallen, and there's not much you can do about it. The rook on e6 would love to be elsewhere, where it would be perhaps targeting the white king or be on the second rank, but from e6 you can't do much. You cannot really activate that rook nor the rest of the pieces. If you give a check on e5, I think white will be happy to go for the multiple trades.
Yes. We might see some trades because the endgame seems to be with extra 2 pawn. Easily win, even the endgame where knight and the bishop together with rooks are still white has this passed pawn. White can also bring the king to the queen side to target another weakness. So black has not much of the ideas here.
Very sad endgame, unfortunately, for Shirov. As creative as he is when it comes to his attacking dynamic chess, there's not much you can do when it's just an endgame with 2 pawns down. I'm sure he will try to find something, but it is decisive advantage for Wesley.
Yes. And Anna, this is the game which we were looking at this point after b5. We haven't seen this game for really long, and now it's time to take a look. White went for bishop b3 here and allowed black to play bishop d3, which stops king from castling. And white says it's okay, I can go bishop back on c1, kick you back, and then I will castle. So here we had bishop c4, and black has a double pawns on c-file, very weak double pawns on c-file. And then black tried to attack the center. And that's the first time where white captured the first pawn. So you see, he actually went here by himself. Like, it's not really mandatory to play bishop d3 and then bishop c4, right?
Yeah, it was such a strange opening in that sense, with the bishop coming to d3, but also chased away by bishop c1. Very, very nice idea to drop the bishop back and say, no, you cannot just hang in there on d3. Yeah. And then the pawn was lost, so not the best of start for Shirov.
So after this, bishop c5 was played, and black tried to chess the queen. White managed to castle. We have queen straight, and there was some different threats, like for instance take here and take in here, but knight g2 guarded that. And Shirov hoped for knight. I pronounce Hirov like Richard.
You meant like a hero.
Yes, that was just yeah, okay. So Shirov, I mean, this knight here in d3 is really good looking piece, right? So it attacks the pawn on b2 and also the bishop on c1. But white has a plan. White can play king e2 and kick this knight back.
Yeah, it did feel like, even though that pawn was dropped, Shirov had compensation for it for quite some time because of the activity of the pieces, as you pointed out. For instance, that knight on d3, and it's only gotten into a bad endgame once white manages to develop his pieces fully. So he certainly had enough earlier. It's just not easy to point out very exactly it slipped. It's not a good sign that the knight has to go back to e5, I guess.
Yes. That's right. And here, if the knight d4, this move really saved white, then this rook gets active and white's pieces are really stuck. So knight d4 cuts the rook coming on the first rank. And now bishop is hanging and king e2. White managed to guard the pawn and also control d1 square. And next moves, very likely Wesley ended his development. And he had an extra pawn.
It took a long time for Wesley to be able to finish his development, but once he did, then you can really claim that the extra pawn is there for quite some advantage. Before that, there was compensation, but it's no longer present.
Yes. So yeah, and he's not giving up any of his pawns, and that's actually what we get into this game. And here we had rook f5 attacking on a5 as well as f6. Black decided to guard f6, so white went for h pawn here and captured this pawn. And here we have this situation. After king f3, black is still thinking
because it's very tough to be 2 pawns down and not have any compensation for it, not even the activity of 1 or 2 pieces. So it's a sad story for Alexei Shirov. Did we have time actually to look at all the games that ended earlier? Because there was a lot going on in the time trouble. I'm just wondering, maybe if we just go through the last few moves of the Fedoseev game, or we also covered that. I know we mentioned that it's a draw, but I just wonder, there was so much going on at the same time that if we just go through the last couple of moves while we wait for the other 2 games.
So this is the Fedoseev Fedoseev, and we saw this game at the point when black played knight a2. So we had here some more moves. Black tried to attack on b3, but it's not enough forces. And yeah, it's just, they just agreed on a draw here.
Yeah, not much happened because of the lack of material. It's an extra pawn, but it's not enough material to win. As we said, even if black were to trade the a pawn for the b pawn to create a b pass pawn or a pass pawn, white can, in worst case scenario, sacrifice the knight for it, and rook and knight versus rook is a theoretical draw still.
Yes, and look at this, Anna. Black could blunder here is something like if you go knight a5 to attack this
Ooh.
pawn. Our engine is a little bit slow. It went like, okay, I'll go all the way up. I'm a bit tired, but okay, let's go. So knight c5 here. Look at this pin. Wins a rook and could also win a game. So for this reason, Wojtaszek had to play king on b7. In fact, that's the only move. And yeah, it was a probably already draw here.
Yeah, there was not much black can do. So they repeated moves and agreed in a draw. It is a pity for Wojtaszek because it felt like he had more than a draw in the middle game when he had the chance to either push e4 or take on f4. And he will be regretting not going for e4, but it's so much easier to be smart in hindsight, of course.
Yes. Yes, that's the moment where I'm sure he had this also in his mind, but very likely he liked d3 sacrifice, which he played in the game, and then knight b3, and very likely he missed that move.
Yeah, a missed chance for Wojtaszek, but he still is the leader of Group B. And considering he didn't even know he was going to be playing in the Grand Prix, it's a great start for the Polish Grandmaster.
Yes, but look at this one also. Bishop g7 was very strange looking move here to give up the bishop and to keep the knight on the board. For instance, if you take this rook right away, seems like white doesn't want to keep the bishop versus knight. Especially like d4 pawn will be also dropped, or a2.
Yeah,
and yeah, maybe here black had more chances to play, but instead he kept the knight on the board, and this knight became a really good piece. And yeah, all the pawns on the king side went off, so we had the draw in this game.
Is there any progress or any updates in the last two games we have been observing? Oh, there's some progress here in the center. The king made it to e5.
Yeah, look at this knight's been stuck in the center, so they're helping each other, and black's pawns for now are also a bit blocked.
At the same time, you can push e3 because the knight on d5 is guarding f4. So if it was black to move, black is threatening to push e3.
Mm-hmm.
It is Ocarina who needs to be careful here now that the black king is so active.
Yeah, he definitely needs to be careful. I think knight and the bishop might be like stronger power than two knights, because these two knights are very good to guard each other, support each other, but they cannot really create too much. Like bishop can also threat some pins on the diagonal and controls more squares than the knights.
I agree that it is a bit of an issue that they are both short range pieces, and it's holding the f4 square, but you can't also hold e3 up unless you bring your king closer, but the king is not on d2 or e3 yet.
Yes, that's a good idea. Maybe black can cut this king, come into the center to block the pawns. For instance, like after rook king c3, maybe black can play first rook h2 to make sure that king will never get on d2, and then might push the pawn on e3, e2.
Yeah, I like those ideas. It's certainly still not that simple. Very few pieces, but not that simple to just make a draw.
Yes. Yeah, white has taken his time.
And in the other game, Vachier was trying to find something with the two pawns down. Did he? No, he still has not made a move, has he?
Yeah.
It's a rough one. It's a rough one for Sheriff, who is on half a point out of 2, and this will be half a point out of 3 now.
Yeah, not easy situation. And already, especially when the other players can take a lead in your group, you might have also feel really bad about this, even though you still have many games ahead of you. You might already feel like, oh, I missed my chance in this. Like I have to play another leg too, and I have to play better in there.
Yeah, it's tough, really tough for sure. But Wesley has been playing really well in previous events of the cycle too. It wasn't gonna happen yet. Maybe this is his event where he can qualify, because there's still 2 spots, and that's what this event is all about. The last 2 spots in the candidates tournament for June that will decide who will be the challenger of Magnus Carlsen, and the 2 top players of this FIDE Grand Prix. Not just this one event, but the leg. 3 events together will decide who will take the first 2 spots and the qualification for the candidates.
Yep. We do have a number of grandmasters qualified from many different tournaments, and also we have Rajabov, Anna, which was given this right to play in this candidate because he had to. He could not make it in the previous one as all this crazy time of pandemic and COVID was started, and he just don't wanted to play chess in that condition. So there was a bit of deal between FIDE and Rajabov. So he got this spot here and he gonna play. And we also have Caruana as well as Firuzia Alireza playing. They both went here from Grand Swiss. Jan Nepomniachtchi is the runner-up of the ex-challenger of the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, and we do have Duda and Sergei Karyakin qualified from World Cup. So those players, they got the right to play in the candidates, and we only have 2 empty spots, and those empty spots are not filled yet.
Yeah, and there has been quite some debate about the qualification to the candidates, because the system has been changed slightly. As you said, Rajabov got the candidate nomination by FIDE because he had to skip the previous candidate. So there was a debate, and there is a debate around that. There's also a debate whether the Grand Swiss should have given that second spot or not, because what they have taken away in order to do this, you gain something, you give up something. They have given up on the spot that was for the highest rated player. So the previous candidates tournament always had a qualification spot by being the highest rated player in the last X months. So it was always a long period of time for which they counted the rating average. And I believe Fabiano
Hikaru could never. Yeah, Hikaru could never get there for this one because he has not updated rating, right? So
well, he's not ranked apparently.
Yeah.
There's no qualification spot this time for the first time for the candidates by rating. And if there was a spot by rating, it would go to Ding Liren because Caruana already has qualified. So there will always be a debate whether that system was rightfully changed or not. And one of the grandmasters that pointed out this on Twitter is the longtime trainer and second of Magnus Carlsen, Grandmaster Peter Heine, who said already way back that this was going to hurt someone, that they are changing the system, and it is Ding Liren who is missing out. So it is rightfully so that there's so much talks about the system, and maybe on the long run, it is one of those situations again where it highlights that there's bound to be changes, and maybe the current system as it is not the best if some of the top players will not get a shot at playing for the chance to play Magnus.
That's such a heartbreaking story for because Ding Liren is still there, and it's not given a chance to travel in Europe. He has not given a visa to travel in during this COVID time, and also that right of being a high ranked player, high rated player, also was taken away from him.
Yeah, well, we shall see if Hikaru qualifies, and then maybe Hikaru can help. And now it feels like it's Team Hikaru Ding. He's playing for two of them.
Yeah, they can have two names. Yeah.
Honestly, that would be so wholesome. That would be like the biggest gesture if you get to qualify and give up.
Is that
your spot.
possible, Anna?
I don't even know. Like that's the next question. If it's even possible. First of all, of course, Hikaru needs to qualify, and then if he will do what he said on his stream, that he wants to give that spot, he would give up his spot for Ding Liren. We shall see whether it's even possible, but that is a huge gesture.
Yes, nice. Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge gesture. But there is another question: if any of the players can, on their will, give a spot to the other person.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of questions here. Feel free to discuss all of these topics in the chat, and we will be back after a short break with these last two games of round 3 of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Arena King Season 9 is underway and now starting earlier every Wednesday at 9 a.m. Pacific. The streams and the play for a piece of the 40,000 prize pool, earning points to qualify to participate in the championship is all what matters and is at stake at the end of the season. Make sure to tune in every Wednesday from 9 a.m. Pacific.
That's right, but before that, Anna, we do have here last two games to cover and to know if we're gonna have some changes. If Wesley managed to win this winning end game, he can be joining Dominguez and sharing the leaders' positions with 2 points, and Harikrishna will follow them with 1.5 points.
Yeah, that group so far is looking great for Dominguez and Wesley, because this endgame with the healthy extra 2 pawns is a decisive advantage for the American Grandmaster. Shervish trying to find a way to at least get a trick or two in before the game is over, but it's just a very sad story of no compensation at all.
Yes, now the pawn on f6 is hanging, and what I can see is bishop d8 is the move to guard it, which was very passive. Knight e5 was played, and here Wesley played so fast this rook g7. I wonder why he didn't consider to take this knight on e5 first.
That certainly was an option. Maybe he just wants to avoid the trade of the bishop for the knight for now, because his knight on b3 is not that strong. It would have given him yet another pawn, but you are right that there could be issues with the placement of
bishop c7. Yeah, bishop c7 or rook h6 before that.
Yeah, or rook d3 with the idea of bishop c7. It just feels like there's now a few issues with white's pieces too, and you already have 2 pawns up. You don't really need a third one to win, so it feels like this would have been that one trick, that last trick that Shirov has set. He has set up so that if you grab the 3rd pawn, you might get punished for it.
Yes. So here we have rook g7. They have less than 10 minutes, so they're gonna start to play at some point really fast because they will be running out of the time. And White has very, very, very simple plan here to push this pawn all the way. So what happens if Black gets tricky and decides to checkmate the king with this rook d3, rook f3?
Well, that is a great point, Katie, that it would have been interesting to see. Shirov went for another rook move. He placed it on d1.
Okay, probably his idea is the same. He wants to checkmate from here. And look, like rook d3 clearly says that I want to checkmate you, but rook d1 doesn't really say that. And
yeah,
rook f1 is...
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt them. It's a trickier way of doing something similar, because it would win the rook on the g file.
Yeah, so tricky move. All right. So what else White can do? Not to blunder this rook over there on g7. Maybe how about to get this king on f5? Just to attack this pawn, and if you give me a check, I will hide in here.
I like this idea because Black has a dark squared bishop, and on the light squares, the White king is very safe.
Yeah.
Possibly that's what Wesley will play, because if not that, how do you deal with this rook f1? It actually has gotten a lot more interesting than what I would have predicted, because I thought, 2 pawns up, there's not much you can do, but Shirov has found a way to try to at least create some practical chances.
Yes, seems like He's trying his best, and for now, Wesley is spending more time on the clock. He has to be the one who has to be really careful now, because he's very close to score this point, and I'm sure he doesn't want to miss it.
So he will certainly double check if needed, if the king maneuver, king f5, king e6 is the right way to go. And in the meantime, we also have a second game that's still on the way, Oparian Rapport. And the white king has strangely enough gone not toward the black pass pawns, but toward the edge of the board.
Yeah, the reason of that might be that at some point, if it gets on the wrong place, maybe black will sacrifice the rook for 2 pieces and will go to the e8 square to promote at the same time as white will promote, and gonna have that kind of queen endgame with extra pawn for black. This might be an idea here for Rapport as well.
Yeah, it certainly is what he has set up his pieces for, that he can at any point take on f4. It is true that will allow the white pawn to march forward and promote in 3 moves. So both would have a queen on the board.
Yeah, and this turned to be, according to the engine, went all the way down, and it gives black a huge advantage. Because the king seems to be misplaced. There can be some checks and some trades, and also the pawn all looks to be advanced, far advanced with the king, and here black has chances to win. So after king b2, is that a move here?
I was wondering. We have just showed this exact same endgame. Did Richard Rapport find a way to even get winning chances when it felt like there was none left?
Yeah.
What's the way?
c7 is a mistake.
Oh, so if you bring the king first.
Okay, that's the point, Anna. So you get this king out, and when you queen and the opponent wins, you get this.
Yeah, it felt too good to be true that this king and pawn in the game will eventually win for black, when those 2 knights are holding on so strong to those blockading squares and not letting black's pawns to promote.
Yeah.
It still is a draw, but there had to be quite some calculation by white as well to make sure.
Yeah. And after rook f1 here, white should not play king a2 anymore, because this might cause a very bad outcome here for white, as we have seen this line in the queen endgame. Because of the king, wrongly misplaced king here, gonna be winning for black.
Very instructive endgame, and it's so crucial in which moment is the capture on f4. You are waiting for the right moment to sacrifice the rook for the 2 knights.
Yeah, that's right. He's taking his time. He's still having 11 minutes on the clock.
Oh, and in the meantime, Katie, the game of Wesley So has ended. That's somewhat sudden, because we still thought that Shirov had one final trick to go for this rook f1 check, but Wesley decided instead of king f5, which I thought was a really good suggestion, Katie, I like your idea. He took on a5 with a check and says, if the bishop takes it, bishop takes a5, and now the black bishop is no longer taking away the e3 square from the king. So after rook f1 check, you simply go to e3. And in the game, since the knight was not taken, Shiro went to d6 with the king. And the final move of the game was bishop b4 check, because the black king is getting checkmated. Whoa! Both kings were in a mating net.
Yes, nicely spotted. Both kings are in the center of the board, but look at this cooperation between these two pieces are just incredible. So after bishop b4, here we had resignation because yeah, it seems to be the only, if you play bishop c5, this loses to knight b7 as there is a fork and white wins a piece. We have seen already what happens if black takes the knight. White gonna have 3 extra pawns, and in the game after bishop b4 we had a resignation here.
Very beautiful finish to a well-played game where Shirov did sacrifice the pawn in the opening, and he had compensation for it for quite some time. But Wesley slowly but surely managed to finally eventually develop his pieces, and from then on, once the white pieces were out, the extra pawn did matter a lot.
Yeah, so that makes us to have only one last game here, and this is our end game, which will be, I think, not ending soon, because there are some ideas still for black.
And those ideas. Yeah, sorry, Katia. I was just gonna once again highlight what you mentioned, that the main idea being that black is able to give up the rook for the 2 knights in the correct moment. Because once you do that, the white pawn is marching and is promoting in 3 moves. But if you could get that position with your e pawn promoting 2 and hold on to the f5 pawn, then that queen game is very promising. The question is, how do you not lose the f5 pawn? The white king is too close to the e pawn.
Oh, look at this. This is happening, Anna. So I think this game gonna end faster than we thought, and obviously white will find the move which has to be made, and that's king c2. After e3 here, king has to come on c2, or not on c3, gonna lose. So c2 king is the move that white can save. Yeah, here we have it.
And that will lead to a draw, because now black has to help the promotion of the e pawn, needs to make the king march toward e1, that is king f3, and if king d1, then king f2. But it's enough for white to just force black to play king f3, after which when the pawns promote, the f5 pawn will be hanging with a check.
Yes, and also black has not much of the choice here but to play king f3, otherwise the 6th pawn is too forward and too much push. So king f3 will be played very soon here with black, and here we have it, and c7 e2, and we're gonna have draw in another
What a game this has been. Earlier in the middle game, Richard Rapport sacrificed an exchange and then a full rook for creating really strong pass pawns. Operator had to give back some of the material to counter the pass pawns, and this is what we were left with: a queen in game with no pawns.
Yeah, and I obviously played very good game. I kind of have a feeling that he probably missed something, and he could really win this because he had a lot of beautiful ideas and moves already played, and also engine was on the side of black. So this ended in a draw. Today we had 4 draws and 4 decisive games, and I know we're coming back from very short break with the final results, and also we need to find out which was our favorite game of the day.
Yes, we're still yet to decide out of the 4 decisive games which one will be our featured game. So don't go anywhere. We are going to analyze in depth one of the key games of today and sum up what's the situation like with the Grand Prix now after 3 rounds. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Prix 2022 Berlin. And this is the very end of the round 3. Anna, we're now going to do a rapid recap, and welcome everybody to Rapid Recap, which is the game that we chose today, Anna.
It was actually hard to choose. There have been many decisive results. Half of the games were decided, and also the draws were very exciting and interesting games like Wojtaszek's draw. But in the end, I think we gotta go with the leader of Group C, Levon Aronian, who won in a very instructive way against the youngest participant of the field, Vincent Keymer.
Yes, and here we had e4, c6. This is a Korkan defense that Vincent chose to play. And we had the exchange variation where white developed the bishop on d3. And very soon we had the move h3. Why he played this move h3, Anna?
It was all about the c8 bishop and restricting the development of the c8 bishop. If white had chosen to develop normally with knight f3 instead of h3, that would allow the bishop's development to g4. So Aronian's main point at this early stage of the exchange variation is that even though it's a solid structure and solid opening, but I'm going to try my best to not let you develop comfortably. So h3 still is restricting the c8 bishop. And what Vincent came up with is a very normal reaction, of course, knight to c6 to then attack the light squared bishop. Now the pawn is hanging, and after knight f3 to attack the bishop with knight b4 and ask Aronian, okay, are you giving me that light squared bishop or will you move it? But then I can play bishop f5.
Yes, and Aronian answered, I can give you that bishop. But in this case, Vincent here decided not to give up, not to take the bishop yet, as if knight takes, queen can come on d3, and now queen controls f5 square. So instead of this, here black went g6. So in all that line, after knight takes, queen takes, bishop will come on f5.
Very interesting. And also very natural, to be fair, that if you don't get the f5 square without any help, you do need that pawn push. It also means that you can fianchetto the bishop to g7, so you no longer need to push the e-pawn to develop your dark squared bishop. So it was a natural way of handling the position. It's a balanced pawn structure. And also now after knight e5, again, the question is, do you take on d3 or will you develop the bishop to f5 and offer a trade of bishops on f5?
Here, Vincent still continued to develop his king side first rather than to take the bishop on d3. And he was hoping that if white goes this bishop back, maybe he can develop the bishop on f5 and target c2 pawn. So no one wanted to take this bishop and no one wanted to get this bishop out of this square. But at some point, black took the bishop and then something very interesting happened. So let's get in there.
The very interesting moment is here, exactly, Ketty, because it looks like after knight takes d3, the most obvious response is that you take that knight with the queen. That means your queen is going to be more active. You keep your knight on e5, you connect your rooks, and everything looks brilliant. But Aronian has played the move that normally we would say, do not do it. Doubling his pawns, creating doubled and isolated pawns would usually be a mistake. But here, Aronian's point is that those doubled pawns are guarding very important squares. He's controlling most of the central squares as well as the c4 and c5 squares. His knight on e5 is brilliant, and he has also opened up the c5 for his rook. So there's a lot of pros to the disadvantage that the doubled pawns cause, and he has the upper hand when it comes to being ahead in development too. So black doesn't really have the time to exploit the weakness of the pawns yet.
Yes, absolutely. Here, black went for queen b6 to target d4 pawn and the b2 at the same time. And Levon's answer was to play knight on f3, and he sacrificed b2 pawn, but we considered that this capture with black was not the one that Vincent could like to take, because after all, the rook and the knight will aim to control b6 square. Knight will get on e5, queen d2, bishop f4. So there was too much for just one pawn.
And it's even unlikely that black will manage to hold on to the pawn after knight b6 and further captures. So black did not take the pawn on b2. The e7 pawn is hanging now because of the knight dropping back to f3. So he pushes e6, and now it's time for Aronian to activate his pieces further and chase the queen back.
Yes, all the natural moves. Knight aims to get on c5. Also queen d2. Now these rooks can connect. Oh, these rooks can connect. Bishop can get on f4. So all these moves are so well to play together and in cooperation. So black's here, and black played here a5 move, which was a little bit under the question. We didn't really understand why he went for this move. There was an idea, Anna, to maybe to bring the rook this way.
Yeah, it seems a bit slow, but maybe in the future, or to push b5, but that weakens horribly the c5 square. So overall, it just felt like Vincent's position is very slow to develop, and the c8 bishop has been the piece that's been struggling, not able to develop it to an active diagonal.
Yes, white continued to play very normal moves like rook c1, and after bishop d7, we have knight on c5. This forces black to play b6, and here we have pretty much a forced line starting with bishop f4, threatening the queen, kicking this queen back, and now knight is hanging, and we had here two options. Anna, also Aronian had two options to play knight d7, what was played in the game, or to play knight b7.
I wonder why he did not play knight b7. It looks so cool.
It looks
but
cool.
It's probably a bad move. We were just trying to make it work during the broadcast. Katie and I were looking at the d6 square. If rook e8, you actually win the queen because of bishop d6. So there was quite some fire that could have been on the board, but it's not a good move. And the b7 knight eventually is misplaced. Luckily for Aronian, he didn't go for this crazy idea that we were thinking of, but took on d7. It is a bad bishop that he is capturing, but it's to win time so that you don't need to retreat with the knight and get to play rook c7 immediately. So it's all about the time that he has gained.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the fight of open c file, only open file here on the board, white won, as queen can also get in between the rooks, and obviously black has to give up.
Yeah, that's the control of the one and only open file. That has been the main theme of the middle game as well as the end game, and it's white who is controlling it, as well as making it to the 7th rank. Very passive knight, also making the rook passive because the rook has to be guarding the knight. This has been the basic decisive feature, because now that the rook is on b7, the knight cannot leave because of the b6 pawn hanging. But if the knight cannot leave, then the rook cannot be activated either. They are all tangled up, the black pieces.
Yes, and on the other hand, bishop c7 now can be a threat to win this pawn. Here, Keymer had to play king into the center to help his own pieces, but this is not really working, as bishop comes here with a check, and then knight comes on e5, and black cannot really move.
It's almost as if you could play for checkmate from white's perspective. The king on e8 is stuck, as well as the knight of black, which has to be blocking the 7th rank to prevent rook e7 check. It's a very sad story for Vincent. He took on e5 to get rid of that menacing knight, but it only slightly releases the pressure. The bishop on b6 is still cutting the board into two. The rook looks like it's finally making it to the open fight and will be activated, but after Aronian's move, which is just simply to push d4 and take the c5 square away from the knight. Now with the rook on a7, he's highlighting the main problem, that you cannot leave the back rank forever. You can give a check, but eventually you will have to keep your rook on the c5, because rook a8 otherwise would win the game if you try to go for the d4 or b2 pawns.
Yes, you can demonstrate that. It can be not a checkmate, but black has to give up a knight, and this is of course losing position. So for this reason, black had to stick this rook on c file, and here there is very simple plan for White to win the game, which happened in the game. And can you please tell us now what's that plan?
In this moment, we were just discussing with Kitty how the rook of white is extremely strong, as well as the bishop on d6. So the one last piece that you could improve and get into the game is your king. And the king could march right into black's camp through the king side. It takes a long time, but you've got all the time in the world because black's pieces are so passive and cannot be activated.
Yeah, absolutely. So here what we saw was a couple of moves by rook, but as we know, this rook cannot leave the c file. That went all the way back, and now White was ready to expose the king side pawn structure and make some weaknesses. And here we have the final blow when Aronian here captured the g pawn, and then after g5, he break through the king side pawn structure with f5, where black actually resigned.
It's a beautiful pawn sacrifice, highlighting that it's either an e-pass pawn or a g-pass pawn that will be created, and that pawn will be unstoppable. What an endgame by Levon Aronian, converting a slightly more pleasant middle game into a dominant endgame position with this bishop on d6 ruling the board, both sides of the board, as well as the very active rook, of course.
Absolutely beautifully played by Levon Aronian. He managed to win this game, and he's keeping his leader's position in his group. So this was today's rapid recap. All right, and now it's...
Yeah, sorry, Kat, I was just so excited about like, oh, this is the matchups. This is what happened, because I wanted to show also who is leading and if anything has changed. Yes. We have seen 4 decisive results, Katie. This is the highest number of decisive results, and maybe it can go even above 4. I mean, next time in round 4, 5 decisive results. What do you think?
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. It means that we're going to have more to be excited and shocked, or I don't know, any emotions chess can bring to us. So in the group categories, we do have the leaders. We also have some of the clear leaders. So here we have Hikaru Nakamura, a clear leader in Group A with 2 points, 2.5 points, 2 points.
2 points indeed, and Wojtaszek as well is leading his group with 2 points. For Wojtaszek, it feels like there was a bit of a mischance today as well as yesterday, so he could have even more than 2 points, it feels like, from the positions he had, but eventually he drew today. Who didn't draw is Wesley So. He has beaten Alexei Shirov, and that gives him now a tie for the first place together with Lenier Dominguez in Group D, while Group C is dominated by Levon Aronian on 2.5 points out of 3.
Yeah, so let's take a look at tomorrow's matchups and find out which game will be the most exciting for us.
Now it's time for the double round robin's second cycle. All the same players, but with different color. As you can see, that's Grischuk, Yesipenko in Group A, as well as Nakamura versus Bakro, Oparin against Fedoseev, and Rapport versus Wojtaszek are the Group B pairings.
Yeah, in Group C, we have Vidit, who managed to win today against Aronian, who also won today. So they both have really good day. Dubov and Keymer, those two got 0 today, and they're going to face each other. Wesley So and Dominguez in Group D, 2 leaders, going to play tomorrow against each other. The first round was a draw between them. And let's see what's going to happen tomorrow. Game of Harikrishna and Shirov going to happen also tomorrow.
It's going to be a very exciting round, and I cannot wait to see if it will bring even more decisive results. I think we cannot complain, because today 4 decisive games, as well as the other 4 that ended in draws, didn't really look like draws. There was a lot of action in every single game. I'm so happy that I got to host it together with you, Katie.
It was an absolute pleasure to host this round with you, Anna. Thank you so much for joining us and give all these positive vibes and all these comments, and hope to see you again.
Thank you so much. Before I sign off, I just want to say I have discovered a new YouTube channel. It's called Chess.com Clips. So it's chess.com's very own clip channel. And I have seen that they uploaded a video an hour ago that has Ketty and me as the thumbnail. And we are both like the typical shocked face for a reason. It's about Hikaru's game. So check out the video and make sure to subscribe to the channel.
Yeah, that was it, guys. Thank you very much for being with us today. I hope you enjoyed. We're going to see you tomorrow. All right, before the rest day, we're going to have one last round. And please come back, same place, same time tomorrow. Bye.
See you soon again.